Yay! What? Wait, what am I messing up twice? Oh shit! I stream. Okay. So, God damn it! I hate hearing my voice. No, sirree. I feel like most people do. I feel like most people don't like hearing their voice. Even though their voice can be really good. I don't think my voice is good. But I think other people who say that they hear their voice and don't think their voices are good have good voices. It's kind of hypocritical. But I think that's par for the course for like a lot of people anyway. I'm gonna do one last setup before we start. Check out the big guns. Because it is our last paper perjury stream. I think they said this is the final case. If that's the case, we should go hands-on. Yay! Okay, it works. Sorry for clearing my throat. I am still sick. Case 6. Alright. And because I am sick, I have to be very careful about how I voice everything in this game. Because I don't want to go too loud. Oops. I don't want to go too loud and extract my voice. Because we have streams from now until at least Friday, I think. At least Saturday. Regrets and Perjury. What is the price of sin? We've all done something wrong. Something we can't ever forgive ourselves for. But that feeling, that regret, that is our salvation. That is what sets us apart from animals. Just like animals. And an animal attacks without knowing why, only acts on its mindset. Own instinct. Its salvation is its own ignorance. I'm no beast. I hate that it's come to this. What separates the man from the animal? A couple of letters. But after what you've done, I could say, my only regret was that I never did this sooner. That is the price of your sin, and this is my salvation. Goodbye, Mother. Damn. I'm not reading on a yawn. Is that the state of the... Oh, I forgot people's names in this game. Oh boy, it's been a while. Oh no. Eubanks. It's been a month since the end of the Eubank Investments case. Things have slowed down considerably nowadays, just day after day of paperwork. When the game named Paper Perjury? You don't say. Still, not everything changed. Sophie hangs around my desk every minute she's not in the field. I wonder why. I see Detective Hunt occasionally, but he's a real hard one to pin down. He's always doing something. I guess this is more or less the life I signed up for. And all that adventuring, solving cases. Maybe I'm just a little sentimental, but I kind of miss it. Even if it always came with overtime. Yeah, but then you get paid for overtime. I think. Looks like it's turned to the news. Other news, shareholders of the West Coast Watson Electric and Gas Company are in turmoil. What's this, PG&E? After a tragic fire claimed the life of their current president, Jules Watson. Police are reporting that Mrs. Watson, the 73-year-old widow of the company founder Ray Watson, passed away in her sleep during the fire at her home, the Watson Estate. The estate, which is renowned in Azure City for its unique architecture, was damaged, but firefighters were able to save most of the house. That's the latest from the news deck. We take you now to meteorologist Sunny for the weather. Yeah, that guy's name's Sunny. That person was always going to be a weather person. Or work for solar panels. Can you imagine dying in your sleep? I mean, if you die in your sleep, you die in your sleep. Yeah, Hey, Luna graduated. Luna's the... I can't remember, is Luna the one who was the mechanic, or is Luna the one that was the one who couldn't talk? The one who couldn't talk. I have a bad feeling that it's gonna end up being. They've always been. I feel like Dedefon is either gonna die or be a villain in one of these. So it's the last one. So it could be him. He just seems like he's always just on edge. Let's see if there's anything in the pockets. Ah, there you are. I think I looked over everything else first. Justy! Oh, hey Sophie. You read the Energetic this morning. Sure I am. Check this out. I did a raffle on a TV program last week to win 2 tickets to the movies. I just so happened to win, so I was thinking this weekend. Oh, I'd love to, but I'm actually tied up this weekend. Luna is starting college, so I'm helping her move. I'm really sorry. That's fine. Why don't I just come help? But really? You want to come help move? Of course, I'd love to. Besides, I want to see Luna again. You might not think it, but Zephyr can hold a surprising amount with his saddlebags on. Well, I guess more help is always appreciated. But you really... Justy, we haven't hung out in ages. Let me have this, please. Okay. Well then, if we have time after moving, you too. What are you doing just standing around and talking? We got work to do. Sophie, I appreciate your report with my clerk here. But we can't keep having her work overtime. I understand, ma'am. Sorry. Really. If you've got nothing better to do, you can help Justina with this report. We just got this in fresh, and it typed up and filled ASAP. We got the public's eyes on this one, so we can't have anything going wrong with it. Shouldn't take you too very long. Report to my desk when you're finished. Yes, ma'am. I love how she just tosses it on the floor. I hope you two have a good time this weekend. Good luck. So, what sort of report is it? Now you pull it up on the computer. Well, let me scratch myself. I'm itchy. I'm itchy for some reason, and I don't know why. Scratch. Looks like it's a report from Detective Feynman from Arson. I wonder why. Oh, hey, my other arms are around too. Be gone, but... Alright. Feynman. That's Patches. can't believe he received his first case already. Why am I? That's right, I'm on. There we go. That's, I guess, better? Yeah, okay. Yeah. I believe you received his first case already. You know him? Of course I do. I taught Patches everything I know. The two of us used to work patrol together. We were the fastest in the force. He finally got promoted to detective last week and went into arson. Ah, like how we did at the end of, Alien One. That's we didn't get promoted, we got demoted. He finally got promoted to detective last... Okay. There we go. Patches is kind of squeamish, so he wanted something without much blood or violence. The incident was a fire at the Watson estate. That's... Oh, I saw this in the news earlier. Sure enough, one victim, an elderly woman named Jules Watson. According to this, she was the president and CEO of the Watson Electric and Gas Company. Really? I like how that's the title of the company and the name. That's the largest utility company in the Azure Bay area. This is like SF Bay. No wonder this is a high-profile case. That poor woman. But hang on a moment. If Dr. Feynman is from arson, he shouldn't be cleared to investigate a death, only the fire. Why weren't you informed? I'm sure there's a reason for that. Patches wouldn't normally break protocol. Sophie, it's okay with you. I want to look into this a little more. I have this feeling in my gut. Call it my clerk's intuition. Ooh, I'm finally going to see Clerk Justy in action. Last time you had an intuition like that, you broke open the Chandra case, right? Red told me about that. Right, let's get to work then. Right behind you, Justy. Alright, first off... Oh, that could give you more evidence. Oh, you didn't give me that much, okay. For this stuff, I'm not going to read out, because it's like this is random investigation stuff. I know that feeling. Having to correct other people's work stuff. I do it all the time at work. Oh, this is important. Clerk time. We never have a clerk time. Oh my god, we're actually being a clerk in this game, in this case? Okay. Okay, last night just before midnight, the victim's neighbors called the fire department reporting a fire at the Watson estate. By the time firefighters arrived, both the second and first floors of the building were engulfed in flames. As firefighters were extinguishing the fire, they found the body of Jules Watson in her bedroom. Okay. Oh, my arm. Jeez. I was putting it on top of my Gatorade. I'll just keep on doing that, because, yeah. Alright, she was found dead in her bedroom wearing pajamas, having died from smoke inhalation in her sleep. Police were then notified, and I was assigned to investigate the scene. Okay. By the time I arrived at the scene, it was already late into the night. I found the victim's son and caretaker there. He was distraught when I informed him of the victim's death. Oh no, not my mother! On the firefighter escort, I climbed to the second floor where I noted the victim's body, and then ordered an autopsy to be done. Furthermore, I noted the presence of a burnt space heater next to the pile of ashes. The heater appeared to have been ignited by some nearby paper. Okay. So it's the fire starter, supposedly. My officers and I combed through the victim's records while we waited for the reports to return. Okay. In the end, we discovered she had overdosed on heart medicine. and fell asleep in her bed where she died. To care to inform her next of kin, and I have remained on the scene while we finished clearing the area. So the fire didn't kill her. Supposedly she overdosed on heart medicine and that killed her. Okay. Our conclusions on this case are as follows. The victim accidentally ingested a large quantity of her heart medicine. As she was elderly, it's likely she forgot that she had taken it. She turned on a space heater and got ready for bed. Her medicine then knocked her out into a deep incapacitation. The heater ignited some papers in the night, and the fire quickly grew out of control. The victim died from the smoke inhalation. Died from the smoke inhalation or died from the overdose? And there was no signs of foul play. There was nothing else unusual at the scene, and nothing else to indicate that this was anything but an accident. The fireman couldn't find anyone who might have a motive to kill the victim. She had 3 sons, Kelvin, Raiden, and Donna Watson. She didn't have any other living family. Kelvin, that's like the chemical, like the K, Kelvin. She was on good terms with the company's board of directors and the shareholders despite her age. And the victim didn't have any unusual habits or vices. No smoking, no drinking. It seems she was still in relatively good health despite her age. Everything noted that she did require a caretaker at her home. She wasn't the most high-profile figure, but she did have influence in this area. Actually, her house was more famous than she was. The Watson estate is sort of a quirk of Azure City. It's styled like a castle, and it sits on some prime real estate, it's free real estate, in one of the hill districts. Oh god, is there gonna be another case of something wanting the property? You've had like 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2 or 3 cases that had to deal with trying to kill someone because of property. Kelvin Watson, the victim's oldest son, Patches, says he was notified about her death today. Oh, look at this. He's also the executor of the victim's will. Executor? What's that mean? It means he's in charge of her estate and distributing her assets in accordance to her will. The will itself is in the report too. The victim's money was to be distributed equally amongst her 3 sons. The Watson estate was to be sold and the profits evenly split amongst them. So basically her death conveniently gives all 3 of her sons a big inheritance. Motive? Raiden Watson was apparently the middle child of the victim. He was the victim's caretaker and lived with her at the estate. The report says he arrived late last night to find the estate on fire, but by that point it was already too late. So what was he doing during the time of the fire? The report doesn't say. Weird, I wonder what his alibi is. Donna Watson was the youngest of the brothers and his section is the most sparse. The fireman says that he was informed today that he didn't look into much. Sophie, is that normal? Well, it's up to the detective in charge to decide who they do and don't want to investigate. I'm sure Patches had some reason to discount him. Right now, he doesn't seem very relevant. I have a hunch, and if I'm right, I will say the hunch, but if I'm not right, I won't say anything. The fireman seems to have ordered an autopsy on the victim. According to the report, the victim was suffering from an accidental overdose at the time of her death. An accidental overdose? How? I'm not sure. It's strange. Apparently, it rendered her completely unconscious in her bed, and she died of smoke inhalation around midnight. At least, she died peacefully without suffering. Look at this. The victim's medical records were attached. She was prescribed a medication for a chronic heart condition and had to take a dose every night. Notably, her doctor also said there were never any signs of her taking too much of it before now. Yeah, that's weird. This is the heater that Detective Fireman claims started the fire. Was last night really that cold? I remember it being particularly chilly, but elderly people do get cold easier. That is true. That's true. I guess it just goes to show how dangerous these things are. We have a fireplace in our apartment, but we never use it. We even have it turned off. Let's see. We've got a photo of the crime scene here. Let's take a closer look. Well, there's hardly anything left. What do you talk about? This. Oh, I got a bunch of stuff. I guess this is where the fire started. What's with that open safe? It looks like a fireproof safe. Weird. There's nothing inside of it. The victor must have opened it before the fire. Okay, so these are the statements. Sure, okay. So go back. So these are the only statements that we have, and then these are the evidences that we got. Okay. Okay. Let's look at the. Oh, so that doesn't count as statements. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's not. It's not a spoken statement. It is a text statement. However, we do have evidence now. No. No. Kind of. No. Maybe. Medical records is the most suspicious thing because it establishes a pattern of her following a pattern, of taking her medicine regularly. And coincidentally, on the night of her death, she didn't. Stretch. Oh my god, stretch. Okay. Whew. Alright. Okay, that's not wrong. Not wrong. Not wrong. Not wrong. Oops. Okay, back. So I'm getting this wrong there. Because this is all statements that he has information that he got before he got there. A lot of the ones there are. And now that he arrived, this is where you hear Cooking really dispute stuff. Why? Dispute. On. There we go. Dispute. Yeah, okay. I wish the game had when you have a fail state, it said it pointed out the fail state of, hey, he said this, but there's a good try, so you know what you tried before. There we go. Wait a moment, this report doesn't make any sense. Look here, the detective fireman claims there was nothing unusual and nothing indicating anything but an accident. But what about the empty fireproof safe? That's clearly suspicious. How could you explain it? Slow down, Justy. Maybe the victim opened her safe before she fell asleep? Possible. Then the contents inside burned up. No way, there are no ash inside that safe, which is what I was pointing out earlier. I was just like, I was like, you look inside. You look inside the thing, it looks clean as a fucking whistle. At least from this, pixelated photo. Which means, you don't think this was an accident at all? That's right, I think there was foul play. Only problem is, I can't really prove it. Yet. Well, I think it's at least enough grounds to go talk to Sue about. If we tell her what we found, she might let me take charge. Good idea. Once we're done looking over this report, let's go talk to her. Okay. Oh, it's grayed out because we didn't have enough. Okay. Okay. Get back. Okay. Leave. How do we leave? Oh, we're not done? That goes back. How do I get out of? Report completed. Okay. That should be all of the report. I'll write down the summary of the case before we go. Also, me just doing that was just me finagling around. I did not know that was gonna work. That was amazing, Justy. So that's what it's like to see you go through a police report. It reminds me a lot of the field investigation, only digital. I never thought of it that way. I always thought of it as paperwork. You got an achievement for that? Damn. Okay. Miss Earl. What is it? Did you two finish that report already? Actually, there was a problem with the report. We need to talk to you about it. A problem? What kind of problem? How come I wasn't brought into this case? I'm supposed to handle any case with a body. I know Patches is eager, but he shouldn't have been authorized to handle the case alone. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm pretty damn sure they're gonna say what I think it's gonna be. I understand your frustration, but the captain ordered it. Yep, the police captain. You haven't met him, but he's the one in charge of this precinct. The Watson family is a very big donor to the Azure City Police Union. Oh my god. Oh god. The captain didn't want any more scrutiny on this than was necessary. He deemed Detective Feynman's investigation sufficient. But it's anything but sufficient. The report doesn't add up at all. Detective Feynman left out a critical detail of the case, one that implies this was a murder, not an accident. What detail? Let me see the report. You see, you have to convince the captain to let us go investigate. I'll see what I can do, but I can't make any promises. It's a flimsy lead at best. I could probably turn up this game a little bit. Oh. Yeah, I think that's good enough. 10%'s good enough. Right. You two wait in the back. I'll have to make a call. We're putting a lot on the line for this, Justy. From what Sue said, it sounds like the captain wants this case over with quickly. I know, but we can't just let it end here. We have to see this through. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is an accident. If that's the case, then I'll take the fall for it. But if I'm right, the real killer is out there. They need to be brought to justice. That's the kind of attitude I love about you, Justina. Oh my god, just kiss already, alright? Jeez, okay, I'm gonna put this back down. It's either too loud or too not loud. I'd rather be not loud. Wait, yeah, she used my name? What the fuck? But you're not shouldering the blame by yourself. If it comes to that, well, if it comes to that, I'll share it with you. After all, we're partners, right? Yeah, that's right. And we're back in action yet again. Celebrating already? So the captain wasn't happy about any of this, I have to say. Okay, well, I don't give a fuck. But he's given you two permission to go investigate again. However, there's a catch. If you two fail to find anything substantial by the end of the day, that's it. The case is closed. Oh, fuck yeah, we got that. You got 24 hours. Got 24 hours to solve this case. How did you manage to convince him? Oh, I didn't. The captain wouldn't listen to me. It's Ernst you can thank for that. I had him call the captain. You called Detective Hunt? Those two don't ever see eye to eye, but I know the captain respects him. The captain knows by now that when Ernst needs something, it's usually for a good reason. He's too busy with another case to join you guys, but he managed to get through to the captain. We'll have to thank him the next time we see him. Good luck, you two. And Justina, don't forget to report after this for your overtime. Yes, ma'am. So, where to next? Well, we should go pay a visit to the estate itself. According to the report, Patches should still be there. We can talk to him ourselves. If this guy's not a pirate-looking dude, I'm gonna be very upset. We'll go whenever you're ready. Okay. So what do you want to know about the victim, Jules Watson, aside from her being president and CEO of the electric company? An electric and gas company, to be exact. And we know how California loves those guys. Let's see. Pulling up news reports, it seems she was a widow. Her husband was the company's founder. Wait, Watson. He died in an accident exactly 1 year ago to the date. Suspicious as fuck, but continue. I'm not sure about the details, but she's been running the company ever since. Looks like she was almost 73 years old. Her birthday was coming up in a couple of weeks. She was running a company in her 70s? If I was her age, I would have retired by then. No kidding. Actually, I can't imagine you being retired. You seem so full of energy. I always figured you'd work until you physically couldn't. Don't get me wrong, I love my job, but I've always wanted to explore the calmer things in life, like fishing. Fishing? That's surprising. You know, my dad once tried to take my sister and I fishing once. It was so boring. You do nothing but sit in the sun and wait. That's what you're supposed to do, and then you think about life. When I retire, I'm traveling the world. I want to see everything before my bones are too old to move. You need a good ride to do that, and I guess I'd like to fish in all sorts of spots. Yeah. Yeah, what is she implying, huh? What is she implying? Justy, you're redder than your tie right now. Jeez, she wants to retire with you. She's using your real name. She's also using your pet name for you. I'm not being a detective, but I may say, actually, I am a detective. I was going to detect that she might slightly, a little bit be into you. But that's neither here nor there, so. For a building that was on fire, expected to look a lot worse. It's the firefighters have to thank for that. They must have done a ton of work. I would hate to be a firefighter. That seems like such a fucking stressful job. I was gonna say worse than a police officer, but I don't know. I can't make that call. That statement and be true about that necessarily. A detective appearing in record time. That can only be our very own Detective Swish. There you are, Patches. I knew you'd be here somewhere. Hold on a moment. Did you just call you Detective Swish? Patches are kindred spirits when it comes to nicknames. Salute. I don't believe we've met before. Now let's see. You're not a pirate. But you do have a patch. Okay, I'll give you that. Now let's see. Were we supposed to get a new officer? Think fireman. No, I'm not a cop. Just a clerk who gets in the way over her head. A clerk? Clerk. Oh, right. You must be the one Miss Pearl's apartment. Justine's shift, right? No, it's Justina Smith. My apologies. I'm a little bad with names, but I'll get it. I'll commit it to memory right away. I'm terrible with names, so it's okay, dude. Smith. Shift. Anyways, we read over your report earlier. We have a few questions to ask about, if you don't mind. Questions? I suppose I have a minute. Specifically, we wanted to know why you ruled this case an accident. Were you aware there was a fireproof safe in the victim's bedroom that was emptied? A safe? Let me think. Oh right, I know the one. What about it? You think it was weird? It sounds like a sign of foul play. Oh no, I already ruled that out. You see, this case is gonna be my big break. With this, I'll finally join you all in the 5th Precinct Halls of Fame. Dude, don't tell me you said shit because you wanted to get further up in the police chain. There are a lot of investigating. That fireproof safe, not an issue at all. Perhaps you just don't get it. Let me explain my reasoning. I don't like how you said that. Hold on, lady. Let me explain to you how things are done around here. Sit down, Toots. Let me explain it. Alright. Yeah, he seems like he's probably not really meaning to me like that, but still. You see, the safe was emptied because there was never anything inside of it. Or maybe the victim took something out before bed and forgot to close it. What matters is, I couldn't find anyone who might have had the motive or means to kill her. Her 3 sons, who would inherit a shit ton of stuff when she dies. To be fair, she was also 73, so it's not like she was going to be living for more than like another 20 or 30 years. They could have just waited, but maybe they just wanted the money quicker. I mean, there's so many different options here. If someone came here, the victim locks her door at night, or which was undamaged. Nobody but the victim had the key. Okay. And maybe the window? We find this to be a reasonable explanation worthy of a true detective. Ah, like the TV show. So nobody else was here during the fire. Okay. I'm aware that one of the victim's sons lived here, though. Do you know where he was? As far as I am aware, he has an alibi for the night. There was nobody here. Thanks for the help, Patches. You two sticking around? I can answer more questions, but I need to get back to work soon. Alright, let's go down the list here, and then start doing some investigating. I'm back up here. So Detective Hunt handles robberies, and Sophie handles murder. Guess that means you handle fires? Yes, ma'am. Officially, my job is investigating fires to determine if there was criminal activity. But really, actual arsons are uncommon, so I mostly just write reports. At least, that's what it's been so far. I was only promoted recently. This here is my first big case. I'm happy for you. I didn't think there'd be a whole department just for fires. Of course there is. Well, a lot of fire investigation is done by the fire department itself. They have fire investigators and stuff. But we get involved if there's potential for criminal activity. I'm happy to have gotten the promotion. Actually, I wasn't their first choice. Really? What happened to the other person? There was some complications with the Azure City Police Union, so I got nominated instead. Complications? I don't know the details exactly. All I know is that the officer had to withdraw the candidacy. The higher-ups must have liked me, so I feel like my hard work is finally paying off. That's going to come back in this case somewhere. So, if the fire started in the victim's bedroom, why was this room so badly damaged? The victim's bedroom is right above this one. As the fire gotten bigger, it spread down through the floor. The blaze was just starting to get out of the control when the firefighters arrived, and they were able to contain it. If it weren't for that, the ceiling would have likely collapsed. It's remarkably well preserved, all things considered, but there isn't much down here to look at. What about the bedroom? Would you be able to go look up there? I'm afraid I can't permit that. Wait, you can't do that, Star Fox. As the one in charge of the scene, it's much too dangerous to let you wander up there. To the firefighters ensure it's safe. Okay, that makes sense. I can't let you up there without a very good reason. Is being really, really curious a good reason? Not one bit. Alrighty. Fine. Keep your secrets. I'm a little curious as to why the victim needed a caretaker. Her medical report showed she was relatively healthy. The victim had a bad heart condition, which makes sense because we talked about the medicine already, and so she needed extra assistance to live independently. As I understand it, her husband took care of her until he died. After that, her son moved in to take over the role. What a great son! I can't think of many people who do the same. It's certainly a selfish act, but why would the victim not just hire someone? They could clearly afford it. You'd have to ask him about that. He should be around here somewhere. One of the officers was taking his statement. These areas are off limits, so you'll likely find him in the undamaged section. Check the kitchen. When we're finished looking around here, we'll go talk to him. You mentioned you determined the cause of the fire to be a heater. Can you tell us any more? Well, it was a consumer-grade space heater, specifically a 1001 Pony electric heater from Smart Heat. I heard about those on TV. I was thinking of getting one for myself before winter starts. The thing was plugged into an extension cord. It must have pulled too much of a load from it. Ironic. The woman from an electronic and gas company dies because her heater supposedly overloads from a fucking power circuit and kills her. Very ironic. The wire completely melted and the heater ended up igniting some papers and clothes that were nearby. Unfortunately, the fire was so bad, we couldn't make out any more specific details. If the case stays open, we might have more details once the bedroom is cleared. Okay. Alright. We have more leads. The estate, the living room, the kitchen. Okay. We're going to the kitchen right now. Finally, the kitchen. I swear this place is like a labyrinth. Well, okay. Suspects. Which one of you three is Raiden? Oh, do my eyes deceive me, or is this a pair of two lovely-looking ladies who are looking for me? Oh, good God. Oh, okay. Well, we got a Casanova over here. That's great. Well, this may make it easy to talk to. Well, my fair lady, you found me. Raiden Watson, handsomest of our trio, at your service. To say the word, and I'll be here. Now, now, might I have the pleasure of knowing with whom I'm to be acquainted? God, please. Every time I hit right click, it goes into the menu, and that's kind of annoying, but hold on, once again. God's winning, can you knock it off for once? Forgive my brother. He's never been very tactful. I'm Kelvin Watson, and this here is Donner. Good morning. Donner as in, like, the reindeer Donner? I'm Detective Sophie Swift, Homicide, and this is my partner, Justina Smith. Homicide? Is this some sort of joke? Oh, mother... Now, Kelvin. This is no way to speak to our guests. I'm sure the beautiful detective has some reason for being here, yes? We're just here to follow up on some lingering questions. Well, I'll be more than happy to answer whatever questions your heart desires, my dear. Oh, those are whispers. Look, Donna, the ladies are already fighting over me. Oh my God. I don't think that's what they're whispering about. I don't mind them being here, though. Shouldn't we cooperate? Well, brother, I think you've been outvoted. These ladies can stay. What about the detective in the living room? We were told he was the one handling things. He's in charge of investigating the fire. We're here to find out more about what happened to your mother. If you could just answer a few of our questions, it would help us a lot. Our mother died in a fire last night. An accident. What more is there? My brothers may be taking that in stride, but I'm not. We're in mourning. I don't appreciate you two sticking your noses where they don't belong. No one ever says that and is a good 100% of a good guy. Then how about I make this straightforward for you? We don't think what happened to your mother was an accident. Now, if we're wrong, then we'll find that out. But if you shouldn't have any trouble making that clear for us, right? Unless you have something to hide. My brother isn't taking our mother's death well, so forgive his anger. But it really was a freak accident. We're still coming to terms with it. Oh, don't be dense. It's pretty clear why these ladies are talking to us right now. They think one of us killed her. I bet my hat on that. That isn't true. We're not accusing anyone at this stage. There are just some details that aren't adding up. We're only trying to get all the facts in order. You're wasting your time. Au contraire, as long as we have these ladies talking to us, I don't see it as a waste at all. If you two want to entertain them, be my guests. I'm leaving. Raiden, Dawn, I'll talk to you later. Detective, is it okay to just let him leave? We can look for him later. We can talk to these two first. It's just it's just 3 brothers. Think of me and my dame are delightful. Do you two mind answering our questions? I'm all yours. Ask away. Tips for Dora, my lady. If I can be of help. Thank you for your cooperation. Can you tell us where you were during the fire last night? Oh, that's what you're curious about? I suppose I can relay our tale. I haven't decided if I want to do a voice for this guy or not. It was a quiet night. I can recall how still the air seemed to be, the faintest nip forest. Last throes of winter. Myself, our protagonist, was at Kelvin's abode, alongside my brother Donner. Call yourself your... whatever. It's fine. You see, on such a night I would normally be out with some maiden like yourself, but on this day I had a different mission. My brothers, you see, were trying to set up a bakery, and I, of course, was there to provide advice. I even took the night off for it. But then I arrived home. Tragedy! Oh! The cruel hands of fate. The fire department was already here. My poor mother, consumed to the flames. May the gods grant her a merciful new beginning. You were your mother's caretaker, correct? Isn't it normal for you to leave her alone by herself? Old as my mother may have been, she was more than capable of looking after herself for an evening. Okay. Well, clearly not for yesterday. I discussed the plan with her beforehand, so she knew I wouldn't be around. That aside, what was that all about a bakery? Oh, my apologies. Let me explain. Actually, if you don't mind, I'll explain it. Neat! 2 statements for the price of 1. Kelvin's partner, Amber, has always dreamed of opening a bakery. Romantic partner? You be flirting with ladies when you have a romantic partner? You better be in a fucking polyamorous relationship, motherfucker. Has always dreamed of opening a bakery. I'm rather handy, so... Wait, no. Hold on. Oh, he's Kelvin. Never mind. Never mind. I thought he was Kelvin. We're good. Flirt away. I mean, don't, but whatever. I'm rather handy, so I offered to help them set the place up, and Amber even gave me baking lessons. So last night we were planning the supplies and assessing our budget, since the money was a little tight. Raiden didn't help much, but I like asking him for advice. We didn't do anything else. Raiden went home, and I went to bed. So you're all pitching in together. Well, they're all in this together. Oh, my hands are a little sweaty. Rub them off a little bit. Whee. Oh, now it doesn't track that hand. Okay, that's fine. So you're all pitching in together. That's really heartwarming. It's my first time working as a handyman. And what a handyman you are. Dawn. Who needs to work at Watson Electric when you can be your own boss? So if you're setting the place up and Raiden is your ideas guy, what's Kelvin doing? He's just helping to finance the place, a key stakeholder as he calls it. Well, I suppose it's sweet of him to pay for his partner's dream business. But speaking of this Amber person, can you tell me more about her? She's Kelvin's girlfriend. Those two have been dating ever since her dad died. So, a year to almost to the date? I couldn't manage it. I couldn't begin to tell you how he scored a maiden so fair as his... given his peculiarities. How long ago was that? About a year ago. Yeah, because Dad died a year ago, literally to this date. Her father died in an accident. He took care of our mom, so Raiden took over after. I couldn't let our dear mother remain here alone. It was not even a question for me. But Amber and Kelvin are pretty close. They were together that night too. Close indeed. They even share keys to each other's apartments. Oh, the beauty of young love. Perhaps I too shall find a lady to call my own. Maybe even soon. Raiden, quit messing around. Do you happen to know what they were doing last night? Whoa there. She's got nothing to do with this, so don't rope her into it. I'm not accusing her of anything, I just want to know what she was doing. You could ask Kelvin. You're here to talk to us, are you not? Why don't we focus on that? No, that couldn't happen because they're all together. Okay, never mind. That was a lot of statements. Tough of them. As much as it pains me to ask this, what can you tell me about yourself? The lady is curious about me. How very interesting. Well, my dear, I can tell you everything your curious little heart desires. Along with my dashing good looks, I am a jack of all trades, so to speak. A writer, poet, scholar. The literary world is my domain, which I consume with ravenous hunger. Alas, such work is seldom appreciated in a world such as our own. Okay, alrighty. And so I have stayed here to care for our mother instead. Being thrust into the shackles of the family business was something I wanted to avoid, you see. I don't envy my brother. It's not the life of glamour you may think, being a business executive. Of course not. Myself, I prefer a life of more simple luxuries. As for my vices, I'm quite fond of games of chance. Romance, for example, is the greatest game of chance there is. Gambling your heart on someone is quite thrilling, is it not? Right, that's all. Very helpful, thank you. What can you tell me about your mother, Jules? Ah, yes, I suppose that would be what you'd want to know, wouldn't it? My mother was a strict woman, very particular about things. Everything has to be done in a certain order, and everything needs to be going in its exact spot. All these, of course, change arbitrarily given the day. You can understand the difficulty. But she was my mother. I loved her in spite of the way she was. Is there anyone you can think of who might want to harm her? She was the head of the largest utility company in the Azure Bay. I'm sure there was no shortage of people who would hate her. If you could include everyone who might have some grievance with her electricity bill, that would include, well, all of Azure City. Yeah. There's nobody that stands out to you in particular? Not a soul, my dear. I simply cannot fathom the very idea of wanting to take another person's life. I can, especially in the context of this game. Well, thank you for your cooperation anyways. Is there any particular reason you decided to be your mother's caretaker? I mean, surely your family could afford to hire someone for that. Ah, that's because my mother couldn't have it. We did try to hire a caretaker for her, but she drove them out within a week. Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen. So that left only the three of us. Kelvin is too busy with his job at the company to help, and Don, well, I don't think he'd have the heart for that. So that left only me. I couldn't just abandon my own mother. Plus, it had its benefits. Place to sleep and the comforts I want, as well as being free of her expectations. If I hadn't been helping her, she'd no doubt want me working at the company, and I, you see, have different ambitions. You know, that actually takes a lot. That was very kind of you to do. So, the medicine your mother was taking, what can you tell me about it? It was the medicine for her heart condition. She'd always add it to her tea itself. I knew about the dosage she needed, but I had no idea something like this could happen if she overdosed. You'd think you'd even tell someone about that, like, hey, this can kill you if you overdose, so please don't do that. You haven't even noticed her abusing her medicine, right? Taking too much of it? Of course not. She hated the stuff. It was tasteless, but she couldn't stand it unless she mixed it into her tea. I was convinced her to take it, but I can't imagine her ever willingly taking more than that. But you must understand, she was also quite old. So more than likely she simply forgot she put some in, and accidentally doubled her dose. I don't know if that ever happening before. What a cool twist for the one time she erred to end in such tragedy. Sounds like being her caretaker was a lot. Oh, you have no idea, my fair lady. Here's a note I kept with her prescription information. I always kept this on hand to give to a doctor in case of emergency. I suppose I won't need it anymore. Oh, I see. So, Donna, what can you tell me about yourself? Me? I'm not very interesting. There isn't much to say. Well, you said you were pretty handy. That has to count for something, right? It's nothing special. I just work at the Super Home Improvement store. With Tim Allen? I've done a lot of the trade work and stuff. Building things. Why not work at your family's company? You don't really strike me as the handyman type. Because I'm quiet, right? I get that a lot. No, actually, I get to work by myself most of the time, just doing what I'm told. I'm pretty used to that, you know? And working at that place wasn't an option. You probably think I'm pathetic, don't you? Not at all. In fact, I think it's great you found something you like. Yeah, this guy looks like he would fold under pressure easily. They break his ass like a twig. They go, get in there, do work. What can you tell us about your family? Were you close to the victim? No, not at all. She wasn't my biological mother. I'm only a half-brother to Raiden and Kelvin. I don't really want to go into the details about that. But she never viewed me the same way, even though I still thought of her as my mother. That must have been hard for you. I'm sorry. Were your brothers close to her? Kelvin was the closest to her. He was the golden child. But he's nice. I promise he isn't always like that. He just hasn't been the same since this morning. He's talking her death really hard. He lets me stay with him. We share an apartment. I couldn't stay here after I turned 18. I'll wager I bet you two ladies are going to want to go there next, aren't you? Heh, read like a book. Don't you worry. I'd be more than happy to escort you two there. Great, thank you. We can head there whenever we're finished here. Alright, let's just do some investigating. I'll save my voice for this. Okay, so tea kettle. A missing tea kettle. Or one that should be in the bedroom. We actually are gonna write the oh, wait, because they were opening a bakery. When did the bakery box get there? Let's say these guys just came from the meeting, right? The firefighters probably sequestered off this area. The family just came here from helping out in the bakery. If we can prove that the bakery box was here before they got here, that would prove that someone from the bakery, one of the three brothers, came here in the midst of it, killed her, and maybe went back to the bakery? Food for thought, maybe? Yeah, dude, admit this fridge does really clash with the whole, like, classic medieval feel of this aesthetic that they're going for in the kitchen. Alright. It's time to move. Oh, wait, your statements. Hold on. Case file. If you tell me they need more evidence, then and I've talked to everyone already about as much like wait, hold on, actually hold on. Okay, so we're done. Oh, I didn't even look at these. We need to talk about cleaning the couch. I need to clean my couch as well, I think. We haven't cleaned our couch since we got it, I think. Not like, I mean, the tops are clean and everything, but like the insides, like, you know, after the cushions, you know. It's a good idea to do that maybe once every couple of months, at the very least. And who knows, maybe you'll find like a coin down there or something. Oh, just... This is gonna be like Tyrion Cuthbert, right? Where they're like, we moved someone inside the suit of armor. Man, that was a really good case. The university case in that game was a top tier case. The one in his hometown, not that great in my opinion compared to that one. The final case, it was alright, but I really liked the dinner party case and the university case. Those are really two good cases. I should go back and play it again. I think they remade the dinner party case. Although I'm not sure how much they changed. god, I hope Kelvin's not gonna be here. He's gonna be upset, being like, "What are you doing here?" You know. Excuse me. Look at that! Look at that! What did I just say he was gonna say? Wait, what are you doing here? Why did you bring those cops with you? No way to greet your brother, Kelvin. By the way, I love what you've done with the place. Why am I talking with this voice now? Is that a new rug? Cut the crap, Raiden. What's going on? These two lovely ladies just want a quick chat with you. A gentleman like yourself wouldn't say no to them, would you? Yes, actually, I would. Get out. Hang on. We only have a few questions about what happened. I promise to be out of your hair as soon as we can. They really won't take no for an answer. Why not humor them just a little bit? Fine. Fine. But make it quick. I'm not a patient man. The script, was it? What do you want? All we want to hear about is what happened last night from your own perspective. Any details you can give us will help us a great deal. I'll keep it simple. Stupid. As I'm sure my brothers told you, none of us were near our mother's home when the fire broke out. I really don't want to talk about it. She wasn't perfect, but she only wanted what was best for us. I wanted one last test to... Gods. I don't know why you're trotting around treating us as suspicious. We would never have any reason to harm our mother. The Modi Crumbs is the reason. You hated that she was dirty. That's all I know. Now I'm really busy with other matters, so are we about done here? Thank you. I'm sorry for your loss. We'll be leaving shortly. A lack of motive does not mean a lack of guilt. Investigate real quick. Whoa! That's some seriously green bread. Oh, that's some bread Amber must have dropped off earlier. I've never seen bread that's green on the inside. What kind of bread is it? Oh, there's a note attached to it. Hey dear, here's another fresh batch of my give it a try and tell me what you think. Love, Amber. Alright, I'm grabbing my phone. Grabbing my phone right now. Going to Google. Looking up to see if that's an actual thing or if that's just something that is made up. Oh shit, it is a thing. Oh, oh my god, it is green. Oh god, oh. I don't know about that. I mean, it's probably tasty, but like, yeah, I can see why people may be a little bit averse if you look at what that looks like. It is very green. Oh boy. Give it a try and tell me what you think. Love, Amber. It's out there. It's cool. It's a cool design in the essence. I don't think I've heard of that before. The cake from Amber's culture. So Vietnamese? Is that Vietnamese? Is that what that is? Yeah, Vietnamese honeycomb cake. It's like, the inside is made with pandan leaf. You won't find many places in Azure City that sell it since the leaves are imported. That's one of the products she plans to sell at the bakery, so this is sort of a test product. That's so sweet. I'm a little jealous now. I can't bake to save my life, so having freshly baked bread all the time sounds like a dream. Oh, I would kill for that, although I shouldn't be eating too much bread. Why you want to learn baking when she's the one talking about eating bread, This pan is pretty cute as well. Yeah, that's Amber's favorite pan. I have to remember to bring it back to her. Neat. There are a lot of books here. Is this sheet music? Hey, give that back. Oh, let's take a little look, shall we? You're like the helium to my heart's balloon. Oh god. You're beautiful like flowers freshly in bloom. You're like sugar sweetening my life. I'd love nothing more than if you were my wife. Kelvin, this is what I think this is? Finally taking a page from my book, are we? Please, you have to keep that a secret. Oh my. Are you going to propose to her with a love song? That's so cute! The lyrics are a work in progress. Well, I don't think it's the lyrics matter as much as it comes from the heart, right, Justy? Yeah, those are some cheesy ass lines. It might work, but it's definitely gonna work. Yeah, but she's making bread for you and delivering it to your place to be like, here, honey, try out some nice bread I made. I mean, I feel like you got a good dude. But for your own sake, oh boy. Yeah, as you said, it comes from the heart. Yeah. Yeah. I think if you keep working on it, it will turn out great. Simple painting on the wall. It shows a desolate winter scene, and you can almost feel the coldness just by looking at it. But that only makes the blue of the sky and the water stand out that much more. With a simple color choice, you suddenly have a beautiful contrast that makes the painting feel inviting. The towering mountains around it makes it feel like a secret place, a sanctuary in this frigid forest. It's as if to say, even in isolation, there is always beauty to be found. Don't you think you're looking a little too much into this? It's just a painting. My art teacher once told me that once art goes out into the world, the artist can't control how others react to it. In writing, it's called the death of the author. I believe that should be applied to all art. Even if the choices in art are unintended, its value and engendered feelings still matter. If you ask me, there's nothing more than apophenia. What now? Apophenia, finding connections between things that are not really there. AKA a lot of conspiracy theorists. So he's saying that your views of this painting are not real. Well, it's real to me. The beauty of art is we're all allowed to form our own opinions. What do you see in this painting, Sophie? A great place to go snowboarding. I mean, that's something. Kind of. There's a great view of the city from here. Despite the quaintness of this apartment, we're still quite high up. So I was going to read this stuff, and I'm still reading it. The endless urban expanse, stretching as far as the eye can see. It holds a beauty in its own sense, though I much prefer an idyllic country scene. Oh, to live in a small cottage in a sleepy village somewhere, a place of constant inspiration. Not me, I couldn't do it. I'm far too accustomed to city life. Besides, wouldn't living in some secluded cottage get raw lonely? Yeah, I would not be able to do that. I have to be able to live in a place where there are people. I can't. I could not do, like, abandoned place in the woods. Scary as fuck. But some of the best creative works have come from such isolation. What a quaint little television. Let's see what we've got on this media shelf. Letters from Isabella, A Spring Shared with You. Are these romance movies? And over here, Introduction to Wood Joints, a primer on primer, paint like a pro, how it's done, season 58. Curious to know a little more about you. I understand you work for your family's company, right? I would have expected you to do a little more research than that. If you must know, I am the CCO of the West Coast Watson Electric and Gas Company. CTO is what exactly? Chief Creative Officer, I believe? Chief Compliance Officer. Yeah, I was wrong. My job is to see that the West Coast Watson Electric and Gas Company follows all applicable laws, rules, and regulations. The history and gas are strictly regulated by Azure City, as I'd hope you know. It's an honor I've had for the last 3 years. 3 years? So you've been an executive since you were only 24? Don't miss it. Oh my god, he's younger than me. Oh my god. Oh, I took some dental damage right there. Don't misunderstand. Our mom she was very strict in how she raised us. She refused to give us our jobs simply for being her children. I started at the very bottom and worked my way to the top. It took blood, sweat, and tears, but I did it. I understand not giving you the job right off the bat, but at the very bottom? If Dad had his way, I would have started at the C-suite from the start, but my mother convinced him otherwise. I'm better for it. I saw firsthand what it took to build and maintain the power lanes. That's really good. That's a really good idea. Are you surprised? Did you think I'd just cruise my way through life through nepotism? Our mom made sure we could survive on our own. That's what set her apart. That everyone would have the courage to teach their kids strength like that. It's not that bad. Your brothers mentioned you having a partner named Amber. Can you tell me more about her? Yes, Amber Barnes. She's my girlfriend of 1 year. But I'm sure they already told you that much, didn't they? Sorry, Kelvin. You know I have a soft spot for those cheat detectives. Don't worry. We didn't say anything embarrassing like... Oh, hold on. I too would bake. Okay. That's quite enough, thank you. You've been helping her open a bakery, right? You must really care about her. I just want to help her be the best she can be. The bakery is a dream. If I can be part of it, nothing would make me happier. My brother here is what you might describe as a helpless romantic. That's very funny, coming from you. Like his fucking side-eye back then, hon. Look at that fucking side-eye. There's nothing helpless about it. It's simply called being a good boyfriend. Something you wouldn't know about. My dear brother, your words wound me. To strike at my heart like that. I really think we've gotten a little off track here. I think it's a wonderful thing to have such a supportive relationship. Yeah, I agree. I always look up to the relationship my parents have together. Is something the matter? I simply don't want to end up like my father, is all. Oh. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because this guy is not... He was not, he's like half brothers to these two. So, and they don't have the same, she's not his actual mom, so yeah, I see what they're saying. As you know, Donna's a half brother. That was because our father, well, needless to say, Kelvin never accepted our father's actions, and our mother never accepted Don. Ah, but those two, our mother and father, they still worked it out somehow. Love conquers even the most difficult trials, it would seem. Must you spill every detail of our lives to these detectives? You know that's personal. Since it's been brought up, I want nothing but the best for Don. Regardless of the circumstances, he's our brother, half or not. That's why I'm happy to be able to give him some proper work for once with the bakery. I wish you all the best with it. I'm curious, was your mother involved in the bakery at all? I know the budget was tight, so I figured she might fund it. I'm the one funding the whole thing. My mother had no involvement whatsoever. That prospect would have been a true deal with the devil. It would be like throwing Amber to the wolves. What do you mean? Oh, my dear lady, you have a naive perspective. My mother didn't run a company by playing nice with others, even with her own family. And if Amber isn't family, at least not yet, any help from her would have been in the form of a very high-interest loan. This was something I wanted to do for Amber. There's no reason to involve my mother in it. Smart. Okay. That about wraps up our questions. Thank you again for your cooperation. Are you done snooping around? In that case, I'll show you to the door. You know, Kelvin, these two detectives just want to find out what happened to our mother. I understand you're grieving, but... what do you expect? For me to treat her death like it was some story in the news? After years of working hard to prove my worth to her. Damn, got a point. You just wouldn't get it, Raiden. We both know you were waiting for this day to come. Ah, here we go. The old thing that happens in Detective Conan and any other fucking murder mystery when you have a bunch of suspects. They start dropping motives on each other. You wanted her to die. No, you wanted her to die. What did you just say? I didn't agree with everything she ever did, but she was still my mother. Who's the one who's been taking care of her while you were off being Mommy's favorite boy? Please, don't act like it was some selfless act. You did that for yourself, not for her. Do these detectives know the truth about how you lost all your money in that casino and were forced to come crawling back? Oh, but you'd never admit that, would you? Too afraid of wounding your own pride. Shut your mouth. That has nothing to do with this. I stayed with her for us, Somebody had to do it, and Dawn couldn't. Don't use Dawn as an excuse. You stopped loving Mom years ago. Whoo! But just because you had, that doesn't mean I did. You're wrong. I never wanted her to die. I just wanted the truth. I'm leaving. Detectives, good luck with your investigation. What a... Raiden... I went too far. I can't believe I... What's going on? What were you two talking about? It's nothing. The two of us just have different opinions about our mother. Does that sound like... Detectives, I have nothing else to say on this matter. I answered all your questions. Now get out of my apartment. But what was that about? Justy, let's go. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Sophie, we can't just pretend like that was nothing. We gotta be connected to the case. Well, it's gotta be connected to this case. I agree, but the direct approach isn't going to help us here. So we need an indirect approach? Do we go for Amber? Why don't we find Kelvin's girlfriend? Here we go, Kelvin's girlfriend, Amber. She might be able to tell us something. And then Kelvin's gonna find out and then gonna flip. He's gonna be pissed. But I don't care. Even if she doesn't know anything directly, she might give us a way to get through to her. Good idea, Justy. Now the only problem is, where do we find her? The bakery. Oh, right. I don't think if any of the brothers are going to tell us that. That's going to be an issue. Looks like my two proteges have found themselves stuck yet again. Is it the man of the hour? Hey, it's Mr. Hunt! Detective Hunt, what are you doing here? Red, I feel like it's been ages since I saw you last. Aren't you handling your own case right now, Detective? I am, but I'm waiting for the boys to bring in my suspect for questioning. But the good news for you is, I just so happen to know where you can find this Amber Bond. You do? But how? Let me guess, your connections helped you out again? Not this time. My case just happens to be related to the Watson family as well. Oh! So I've been doing a little digging on my own, and I managed to find her address. Oh, how exciting! It's like the Anton case all over again. You're investigating the Watsons? What for? Sorry, no can do. This is sensitive matter, and my lips are sealed. But you know, if all goes well with the suspect of mine, I might have something else for you. Anyways, Miss Bond lives down at the apartments on the Lilac Avenue. Here's the address. Thanks for your help, Red. I've been to that area before. Should be a quick trip if you take effort. You really saved us there. Then wish me luck. I'm gonna need it. My suspect's attorney is the Bloodhound himself. You going up against the Bloodhound? The Bloodhound? Like the dog? More like a demon. His full name is Wolfhard Huntsman. He's known as the Bloodhound of the courtroom. They say he's ruthless in court, able to sniff out even the smallest lead to win a case. The prosecutors down at the district attorney's office draw straws to decide who has to try his cases. So he's a good defense attorney. So what? He's not better than fucking anyone in Ace Attorney. He's a living legend, and in his 30 years as a lawyer, he's only lost a handful of cases. And so is Phoenix Wright. Loser. Alright. Drink is done. Alrighty. Crack my knuckles together. Stretch again. Alright, we're good. I've had the misfortune of being cross-examined by him a few times. I never felt so scrutinized in my life. Oh god, he has red eyes. That's you know he's serious. Any mistake, any contradiction, you can smell it a mile away. He'll pounce like a wolf hunting his prey. He sounds more like a wild animal than a person. You're not far off. The way that he'll tear apart cases, you wonder if you ever had one to begin with. Gods, you have to face him in the interrogation room? Are you going to be alright by yourself? Don't worry, Miss Assistant. This isn't my first radio. Remember what I told you about the first time you faced the lawyer? As long as we have the facts on our side, the truth will reveal itself. No Bloodhound can stop that. I better get going. Good luck out there. We should go talk to Amber next. When you're ready, we can head over there. Alrighty. I'm not gonna talk these out, I'm just gonna read them. Mm. Mm. Bucket to do it. Mm-hmm. I really do like, as much as it's kind of weird, I really do like characters in like fiction that are like these like flirts who just like ladies, but only if it's an act for them to like act that way, to like because they're like trying to put on an act because they feel like they have to. I don't like it when someone's just like a plain old flirt and like a thing. I like it when someone's a flirt, but then they're just like, you know, or like very like haha eccentric, but it's just like, oh, you're doing that because you have some like trauma or some shit, and you just like can't deal with like acting like your normal self. That's always a good feel. That's always a good character trope. All right, to Amber we go. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, can I help you? Are you Amber Bond? I am. Who are you? Do you need something? I'm Detective Sophie Swift of the Azure City Department. Police Department. My partner and I are investigating the death of a Mrs. Jules Watson, and we're here dating the victim's son, Kelvin. Yes. Oh my, is something wrong? Is Kelvin in trouble? Let me just say something. Oh, yep, definitely from her bakery. Okay. No, ma'am. We'd just like to ask you a few questions if that's possible. May we come in? Yes, okay. Right this way. How's her mouth moving? Oh, because of the... It's tracking the mic in front of it. Fuck. It's probably doing that the whole stream too a little bit. You detectives must be hungry. Here, I just pulled this bread fresh from the oven. Care for some? Oh, that smells wonderful. Oh, I love some fresh bread. Actually, hang on a minute. Let's not get distracted. Were you aware of Mrs. Watson's death last night? I was. Kelvin told me all about it. Oh, I just feel so awful. I think I never even got to meet her. Hang on, Kelvin never introduced you to her? Wait, what? No, not in person. He said it was best we keep our distance. He never really said why, or that it wasn't the right time. Maybe because she's a strict mom, and she probably wanted her CCO of a fucking golden boy, you know, middle child to not be dating some baker lady or what lady who didn't even have her own business. And so he was just like, let me wait until she's got her bakery business up and running, and then I come to her and be like, look, this is my girlfriend, now my fiance. You know, I'm gonna marry her, mom. I'm just letting you know. Please let me do so. She's a business owner. She's self-established and everything. And that didn't work out because, you know, the mom's dead now. But that's probably what was going on in his mind. Yeah. If you could, we'd like to know your whereabouts last night. My whereabouts? Am I under suspicion? Okay. I swear, I didn't know anything about it. Calm down, you're not under any suspicion. These are just routine questions we ask. I understand you weren't directly involved, but getting your statement on the record helps my investigation. I promise if you just answer our questions, we'll be out of here before you know it. Well, I guess I don't mind. Alright. Okay, I'll tell you what I can remember. Also, why is she involved in the Watson case that Hunt is doing? when he's about theft. Last night, I was baking test product here all night long. I'm opening my own bakery soon. We know that. I've been hard at work every day for the past week. Bake, bake, bake. Oh, it's quite the workout, too. Sorry, I got a little off track. Kelvin was here, too. He was helping me stay focused. I wouldn't have finished otherwise. Hold up. So all four of them were at Kelvin's abode. Wait, hold on. Raiden says that they were at Kelvin's place. Donner says that they're helping set up the bakery. What's up with the plans at Raiden's place? So these two are saying we were at this guy's place, and then she's saying that that the guy was here at her place. Get easy distracted. Anyways, that's all I have to say that I don't know. Jules died until today. Baking for an entire night, that's some crazy dedication. Practice makes perfect, as they say. I'm not going to stop until they make the tastiest pastries. Until I can make the tastiest pastries, my eyes closed. Oh, I've got some leftover croissants if you tried some. The flakiest, buttiest ones you ever have. Oh, she's getting very close. I really appreciate the offer, but where? Please, I insist. You two are so skinny. You need to eat. Come on, I'll give you some homemade jam to go with it. Yeah, I guess one can't hurt. Do you mind if we take a little look around? Sure, just don't stoop too much. Can't have you finding out my baking secrets. Oh my god, it's solid green! Love. And all of our stuff has a secret ingredient in it. It's fucking love. Good on Raiden. Oh, Raiden. How do you say his name? I think it's probably... Raiden is like... I feel that it could... Raiden. It's like the Japanese way of saying pronunciation. But I think Raiden sounds like something you would say in like the States or something. Nice. Versus the donor was to help set up her new bakery and bake product. Kelvin was only Hoping momentarily as he can't fake. God damn it, Raiden. If Raiden is struggling with money, he's probably the most likely suspect in the theft part of the case that Hunt is dealing with. Oh, not to say he's like a guilty person, but he's definitely involved in some money shit. And since, you know, Hunt's thing is all about, you know, theft, which is probably had to do with property or money or something like that. Yeah. Assets, we'll say. Although that could be a curveball too. There's something about her statement. Oh, I forgot to be reading out her dialogue. I was like, I feel like I'm supposed to be doing something. I usually just read out their dialogue and don't read out the investigation parts. Oopsies. Whoopsie doopsies. No, not all flowers but a flower. Even I know that. Jeez. These aren't moldy crumbs. These are the crumbs from the blue pan. Someone's been coming here with the bakery food. We don't know who. It's that plus the bakery box. Okay. 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 I feel that's relevant. Okay. Something's not right here. Okay. Jules Watson did have a will. Perhaps that was enough of a motive for murder. That's it. It's like in those old crime movies. One of the sons killed their mom to inherit the family's fortune. Case closed. It could be, but we can't blame every death of a parent on family greed. True. Sometimes accidents just happen, and so far this case seems like an accident. But you should reopen this case. Oh, you two are back. Where's Raiden? Him and Kelvin got in a bit of a fight. Raiden stormed off, and we're not sure where he went. Well, he's not here. Do those two normally fight? It's none of my business. I'll be here if you have more questions. So, did this, investigate the Watson state. Ooh, technically we did it, but we didn't really... I forgot if it's one of those things where, if it crosses off investigate because we've got what we needed from there, or if it doesn't cross off if we don't get in terms of statements. Oopsies. Oops. Yeah, what about these Morty crumbs? What about this Bickery box? No, because we can't prove it to him. We can't do that because we can't prove it was his. Okay. 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 For motive, don't ever seem to be borrowed some panda leaf from Amber used to bake. Oh, wait, she never claimed that she was at her apartment, or did she claim that she was at his? Kelvin was here too. Okay, it was her apartment, she's saying. Okay. Okay, can't go to the report again. We investigated. We can't investigate the kitchen. Oops. I hate do the scroll wheel is kind of annoying. It's kind of handy if I want to like immediately get back someplace, but it is unhandy when I accidentally press it. Okay, someone is lying because that's the only way we can continue this thread. There's only two things left for me to investigate, and they're in the police station. So somebody here is not telling the truth. Johnny is saying the safe was emptied. Took some full bed and forgot to close it. No one has the motives to be the killer. I already pointed out something, and they were like, "No," which is fine because it's technically it can be a motive, but it's not good enough for me to like. Yeah, haha, got you. Moment. No one but the victim has the key. That sounds kind of like bullshit, but whatever. We have nothing to prove that yet. Okay, and that last statement is bullshit too. Like, you can't contradict on that. Alright. Quiet night, yeah, okay. Go on. Myself, our protagonist was at Kevin's abode, along with my brother Donner. Hold up. Travel, Amber. Let me try something. Back. Talk. Use statement. Oh, hold on. And then. Oh, but then he left. Fuck! Shit. I can't talk to him. But those two are contradictions. Myself, I've got attacked like Kelvin's abode along with my brother Donner. This is bullshit. But I can't prove that. I can't prove this until shit. The better question is, okay, let's put it this way. Up until now, we haven't been able to do any pressing of statements and get anything. But now we're locked in a situation where we have to do pressing of statement. If we're doing a pressing of statement now, then that means specifically whatever we've gotten in this apartment, either from looking at things or talking to Amber herself, has given us the ammo that we need to shoot at whatever target we need to find. So, what ammo do we have? And then see if that contradicts any statement that happens. We shouldn't be looking at a statement and trying to find a contradiction. We should be trying to look at our evidence and trying to find a statement that it contradicts. Okay. We found... Ooh, we also modified. We found 4 things. These 4 things, maybe 5. The problem is that they also modified stuff. Not modified, not modified. Not modified, not modified. No, no. No, no. No. I don't think so. No. 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 These 3. Oh, what we got. And they not usually good at like recontextualizing things. The gameplay addiction isn't enough of a enough to call it be a motive. I don't think that's good enough for what we're looking for. So it's one of these 2 things. It's either Pink Lotus Bakery or Amber's statement. Both of them, either of them contradict something. I've been thinking it's this because she claims that she was with Kelvin. They have the fire, but then I think Kelvin implies that he was not. But then I need to find out what statement that is. I need to press on that. Either I need to go to someone else and press on that, or I need to say that either she's lying or somebody else is lying. Okay. Amber says that Donna was helping to set up the new bakery and bake product. Kelvin was only helping momentarily as he can't bake. If that's the case, then whose flour? Okay. No, wait, hold on. A flower. What? 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 You gotta be like, I can't use her own statement against her. No. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that doesn't seem like a lie. Let me set this. Nothing can do anything with that. This seems like bullshit. I don't know what to point out. I also had to remember something about this game that is a little bit annoying. Just because this thing says stuff here does not necessarily mean that whatever is here is what is necessary for the evidence. Just because it says here Kelvin claims none of the brothers were near the victim's house during the fire, he also claims that none of them have a reason to harm the mother, does not mean that this is the only part of the statement that is relevant to contradicting something. I can really take anything from this statement in that statement to count something. Okay. Let me think in my head. Let's say hypothetically none of them are guilty. They show up the next day. Kelvin shows up with a box, a bakery box, or Donna shows up with the bakery box, leaves it there. Somehow crumbs get mixed into the couch that way. Okay, so that easily explains why those could be there. There's nothing that contradicts the statement of them not being there at the moment. It can only really contradict what they've been up to up until that point. Bitch. Ah! Okay, so now let's flip this now. If something in her statements are not wrong, then something that she has is the important thing to prove somebody else's statement wrong. So if her statement, the bakery, and the gambling addiction, I mean, I guess I could try. Jeez. Could try this bullshit and see if this works. Okay. That's the only one I had. Okay, so there's nothing here. There's nothing here that proves anything that he said is wrong or right. Okay. He's good. There's nothing here. I can't do anything here. There are only 3 places I can travel. The police station, the kitchen. This are 4 places. The police station, the kitchen, here, and Amber's apartment. So it's not the police station. It's not here. So it has to either be the estate kitchen or Amber's apartment. Which means either Donna or Amber is lying about something. Okay, not wrong. Okay, not wrong. Okay. Not wrong. Okay, not wrong. Maybe the flower? Oh! Donna, we've been to your apartment earlier. We found the place covered in flour. It's pretty obvious someone has been baking there. So tell me, is talking about plans really all you would do? What? What? The fuck? She was giving him baking lessons. I thought the implication was the fact that she was giving him baking lessons last night as well. Why would us even implying the fact of him doing baking now be a problem? It's like we didn't do anything else except that, and she was giving us... Okay, alright, whatever. It's fine. I thought the implication was the fact that she was teaching him baking last night as well. And even though he didn't mention, oh, we aren't doing anything else, I thought the implication was that the baking was included with all the stuff they were doing. Oh my god. I only did this by chance. Alright, what works for me? Alright. So tell me, is talking about plans really all you were doing that night? That wasn't me. Coven was baking. Bullshit. I'm really telling you the truth. Here's the proof. There you go. Darn it, enough lying. You know Kelvin couldn't have been the one baking anything. Amber told us he's terrible at it and that he has no interest in doing so. It's clear that you were the one baking something that day. Which, I mean, to be fair, she's been giving you baking lessons, so... Oh, is the implication the fact that he hasn't really been baking by himself? Is that what we're going with? No, I'm telling the truth. Fine, I did bake that night, but Kelvin was there. He offered to help me. I just... making a cake, but I wanted to keep it a surprise. There we go. There we go! That's the important part. I thought Kelvin didn't like baking. Why would he help you? He said he wanted to get better and learn, so I was just showing him how to do it. Okay. There you go. Sorry, Amber, but we know that's a lie. According to Donna, Kelvin was at his apartment last night, not with you. I understand you're probably trying to cover for him, but... no way. See, this is what I wanted. If I would ever make a detective or mystery game, the one thing I said I went into going is that I would always want to have, I think I mentioned this before when I've been playing Perjury, the ability to use somebody else's statements as evidence against somebody else's statements. You know, having an interrogation for one be used against interrogation for another. The problem is, and they're working it in a way that it works really well here, which is what I really appreciate about Perjury, is that, and I've mentioned this so many times with other mystery games, this idea only works if one of them you could tell is telling the truth. Because if either of them is lying, you can't go to the other one and be like, oh, you're lying because of this. Or else they can just be like, oh, well, that person's lying. But the way that this game does it, it makes sure that the chain of evidence works in a way so that you can go from point A to point Z, we'll say, without having to worry about there being a mix-up in terms of logic between the statements. Calvin. I was there with him last night, okay? At the apartment. I only didn't mention it to save time. Let me explain. Alright, round 2. Last night I had been busy baking new test product for my bakery. Around 10 PM, I went over to Kelvin's apartment to show him what I had made. The brothers were there and I stayed with them until midnight. You see, it's not that much different. I didn't think it was a big deal. Okay. Okay, yeah, if you lie to us, how are we going to believe anything you have to say? I'm sorry. Oh god, she's crying. Oh, I feel bad. I was just a little white lie. It doesn't change that I was with Kelvin that night. Okay. Alright, fine. Okay. What do we got? Okay. I stay with them until midnight. No, because Raiden left. That was in your statement, right? Okay. Nope, okay. So, I made... Any times mentioned? I think I'm really looking something in the face. Oh, this? It's the bread. It's the green bread that she's talking about. So she passed it over there. There you go. And but you said that the brothers were there when you went to their apartment. In that case, why is there a note? How to explain this pan we found at Kelvin's apartment? This pan had a note attached with it asking for Kelvin's opinion on the cake. If you were there with Kelvin, why would you do that? You would just ask him yourself, right? It only makes sense if you were just dropping it off. Why don't you tell us the truth? Did you go to Kelvin's apartment last night? Okay, you're right. You're right. I did go to his apartment to drop the cake off, but I swear he was there. You came in here with all these accusatory questions, and I didn't think it mattered. Kelvin was there, and I swear. He had to be. I wouldn't have been able to get into the apartment otherwise. Are you serious? Donna and Raiden didn't mention seeing Amber, and Kelvin seemed confused by when the pan arrived. We take that to be true, then that means nobody must have been at their apartment that night. All I have to do is prove that Amber could have entered without the brothers being there. Yeah, I can. So Amber, that this proves to be false. Easy. Actually, Amber, it would have been more than possible for you to enter that apartment with nobody there. Raiden told us how close you are to Kelvin. He also mentioned a small little detail, namely that you two share apartment keys, which is, I don't know, is that I've never dated anyone before. Is that insane? And is that insane to be sharing apartment keys with someone that you've been dating for a year? I don't know. I feel like that's okay. I'll ask anyone who I know is in a relationship if that's something that they do. But I feel like that's not. I feel like that's not normally the case. I don't know though. But there we go. No more lies, Amber. It's about time you told us the truth about that night. Listen, Amber, all we wanted to get is the truth about what happened to Jules. You can't do that if you keep hiding the truth from us. Protecting Calvin isn't worth going to jail. If I told you that they weren't there, you'd think one of them killed her. Yes! That's our job! That's what you think, isn't it? You think one of them is a murderer. Yes! We don't think anything right now. All we know is that so far, everyone we talked to has been hiding something. Until everyone starts telling us the truth, we won't be able to put this case to bed. So tell us the truth. Where were the brothers last night? Okay. I don't know where they were. Nobody was there when I went. All I did was drop the cake off and leave. I didn't know it. Don't know anything else. I don't want any of them to get arrested. I thought if I protected them, you'd forget about it. When I heard what happened to Jules, I just want the family to grieve in peace. What time did you drop the cake off? It was about 10 p.m. and I went home after that. Can anyone verify that? What? Are you accusing me? Well, you've been lying to us up till now. How are we supposed to take your word for it? I swear, I went there and went right back home. I didn't go anywhere else. You really think someone killed her? Only Raiden has a key to her bedroom, so that's not possible. So please, leave me alone. Okay. Thanks for the information. Now I have more questions than answers. Where can we go from here? I think Amber is telling us the truth. Now we just have to tie up loose ends. We're going to have to get more answers from the brothers. To do that, we're going to need Patches to let us take over the case. Let's regroup back at the estate. Once we talk to the Patches, we'll figure out what to do. Okay. We'll solve this in 3, 2, 1. Done. Detective, we spoke with Amber just now. She told us that Raiden Watson had a key to the victim's bedroom. According to her, none of the brothers were at Calvin's apartment. It's more than possible for them to have been here. Whoa, none of them told me that. Now I feel like my investigation really wasn't all I thought it was. It's okay, dude. We all have our bad times. Don't be too hard on yourself, Patches. None of the people in this case have been truthful with us. It only makes sense for you to have believed them. This case was going to be my big break. So now what? It's more than possible for one of the brothers to have killed the victim, but even so, that does leave us with one big question. Namely, how? Did one of them slip extra medicine into Jules' tea last night? If so, does that mean they intentionally started the fire? We know Raiden had the spare key, so that would make him a prime suspect. It is odd that he picked the last night of all nights to leave at state, almost like he was trying to give himself an alibi. Could have snuck back here and killed her. Get the fireman, do you know where Raiden is? We need to speak with him. Last I heard, he was at the station. I think Ernesto wanted to speak with him about something. Ernesto? You mean Detective Hunt? That is correct. Ernesto Punt. Are we trying here? Are we trying with names here? What's Raiden doing at the station? As I heard, Ernesto needed him. I don't know the details, but he got some famous attorney. What's his name? Butthorse, maybe? Butthorse. Wait, do you mean Bloodhound? That's the one. Sophie, that means Raiden was the one Ernst was waiting for. Gotta get back to the station before he leaves. Let's go, Justy. Right away. Sophie and I rushed back at lightning speed. Why did Ernst keep us in the dark about Raiden? What did Raiden get involved in? And the question that seemed to bother me the most, would we have to go up against the Bloodhound himself? Oh boy. Oh, that was part 1? I thought there'd be more to part 1. Okay, I mean, it works for me. But, damn. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna pause here for a second. Run to the restroom. Be back. Okay, we're back. Woo! Make sure everything's good. Or not. I think I accidentally dropped my leap motion getting set up. So it's not going to be exactly in the same position as it was before. It's kind of blows. Also, be careful. One also reason I took a little bit break right there is I don't like having the leap motion necklace that I have on me right now. Pointing to it kind of. Too much because the leap motion itself heats the fuck up when it's being used to track my hands. It is hot as balls, and I can feel the heat right here, and it's gotta be very careful about it, basically. Anyway, other than that, though, it's nice to be able to lift my hands up. Well, not this hand. Clearly not this hand. What the heck? Well, that's kind of better, though. I don't have to worry about that. How about I just have this hand? Anyway, back to game. Looks like we got here before they finished. Let's take a peek inside. Also got a smaller G0. Drink up the side. Stay hydrated. Looks like I met my match today. It's the Bloodhound! The evidence only suggests my client could not have been involved. Not that he was. So, unless you think you can take this to court, I suggest you release my client. Per our national law, he cannot be held here any longer without a charge. Very well. Wade and Watson, you're free to go. And thus ends our tale together, dear detective. I bid thee adieu, and the best of luck in your future endeavors. As for me, I think I will turn this little excursion to a new story. You can see it now. The tale of a strapping young man, held without proof by the law, forced to plead his case. Don't take you off the hook. I know you did it. Don't worry, I'll dig through everything I can to find on you until I can prove it. So go write your little story, but the ending is going to be far different than you expect. Oh, you're rather cocky, Gumshoe, aren't you? But I assure you, you'll find nothing of the sort. I bet my hat on it. My lady again. It doesn't look like it went well for Red. That man in there with the mustache, is that Wolfhard? I see if I attracted myself a crowd. Wolfhard Huntsman, attorney at law. Now, you're about to be fucking trash when we're done with you. That was me putting my hands together, if you couldn't tell. Like a fist. I did it again. Whoopsies. Do you have any business with me and my client, young pup? Well, you see... Just when I thought my day couldn't get any better, my favorite police officers are back. Now that I finished up here, what say you ladies join me for a celebratory drink? We have some questions we need to ask you. Serious questions. Serious, huh? Not my specialty, but I can give it a try. You've learned some information about you, namely that you had a key to your mother's room. So that now makes you a suspect in the murder of Jules Watson. Wait, slow down. What are you talking about? You're not serious, right? Killed her? My mother? No. You can't be serious. She died in an accident, for God's sake. My client will be remaining silent at this time. Any questions you have for him will go through me. Now, do you intend to keep him here any longer? I warn you, my process is worn rather thin. No way, he's not leaving until we had a chance to question him. Very well then. Per the City Criminal Code, I'm to be given 30 minutes with my client prior to any questioning. Come along then, Mr. Watson. We've much to discuss. Hold on a moment. I was watching. You two aren't seriously thinking of taking on the Bloodhound, are you? Of course we are. Radiant's our primary suspect, and we have solid case against him. No lawyer can overturn the facts. Wolfhard is not to be taken lightly. Even all the evidence I had, I couldn't do the killing blow. Speaking of, I was waiting here. What's going on? It's a long story, but you two have interrogation to prepare for it. Instead, I'll give you two something intel to get a leg up on Wolfhard. Intel? What is it? Wolfhard is a veteran criminal defense attorney. He will prepare to ensure he doesn't incriminate himself. When you listen to statements, you might not find contradictions. Wolfhard won't let those slip by easily. So, you might have to question the suspect a little bit, get him on the spot. If you can break his script, we've got the best chance of finding a flaw in his story. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, we were doing more pressing than questioning. We were doing more presenting evidence than questioning these last couple cases, but I've been wondering when we were getting more into the pressing/questioning side. Thank you for the insight. I'll take a little drink. Okay. Gotta get hydrated for this interrogation. Can't be thirsty. Thank you for the insight. I'm sorry you couldn't make your case stick, Red. Let me worry about that. I'll just have a little chat with Sue real quick. Head to my neck of the woods when you finish. I'll catch you up on the speed on rating then. Come on, Justy, we better get started. Are we getting to see her famous eye roll? That's the one thing I wish that my model can do. That I can't do. Is an eye roll. Hello. But it's fine. I still get cool expressions and stuff, which I hardly ever use. I should use my expressions more. My model expressions more. Raiden Watson, we brought you in today under suspicion of murdering your mother, Jules Watson. According to our investigation, you were the only person with access to her bedroom. Furthermore, we have evidence that shows the fire was likely not accidental. So, are you going to confess now, or do we have to force it out of you? I've already looked over the police report. The reporting detective found the fire was an accident from an unintended heater. So then, what grounds do you have to suggest it was a murder? A woman just so happens to overdose on her medicine the same night as this accident. That's a rather large coincidence, don't you think? Ha! Is that your argument? I've seen stranger things in my day. Hey! So have I! A couple of seasons of that, too. If that's all you've got, then I suggest you let my client go now. He's already been held here long enough. I don't know if I can keep on doing his voice like this. It's gonna hurt. Actually, I'm curious. What was he being questioned for? Nothing that involves you. That is a separate matter, young pup. I can assure you that we did a proper investigation. We know this was more than a simple accident. So you say. Hope you have evidence to back up that claim. My client would like to know the details of this case from your perspective. Let's start from the top. Last night, around midnight, a fire started at the Watson estate. Although Pattis did say it was an accident, someone else could have easily turned on that heater. Jules Watson would lock her room at night, and only when the key to her room was Raiden. We know there was a window of time after midnight in which Raiden lacks an alibi, meaning he could have returned to the estate. Hold on, that's not true. I was with Donna the whole night. I can tell you as much. Mr. Watson, if you could... Not so fast, we know that's a lie. In fact, I have the very evidence that you've been hounding us for. Actually, Raiden, we got the truth out of Amber. You see, she actually went to Kelvin's apartment that night. But you would know that if you were there, wouldn't you? What's your point, young pup? My point is, nobody was at that apartment when Amber went. Not Donna, not Kelvin, and certainly not Raiden. Now, we don't know where the other brothers were, but all that matters is that Raiden doesn't have an alibi. Because he was at the estate during that time. Is that so? Then tell me, can you prove to me what my client was, that my client was the one who tampered with the bedroom heater? Well, thing is, I kind of haven't investigated Jules' room yet. You haven't what? Are you not aware that the detectives find the evidence before they interrogate their suspects? Look, we didn't have the time. There was one other aspect of this case that we believe is important. How did Jules manage to overdose on her medicine? I believe that's the key to this case. If she hadn't overdosed, the fire would have woken her up. The two are intrinsically connected. I don't see the issue. She was a rather old woman, so she likely did it by accident. Why it might have been an issue for her all the time. I've seen it before, you see. She didn't like it. She liked the medicine. Actually, it would be strange for the victim to overdose. The firemen obtained the victim's medical records as part of the investigation. I mean, there's another thing about the doctor saying that it's hard, she's never done more than she needed, but also she doesn't like the taste. According to those, she's never had any history or indication of taking too much of her medicine. In fact, Raiden even confirmed that detail to us. He's never noticed her ever taking too much of her medicine. For her to suddenly overdose, and for that to be the same night of a fire. It's kind of strange. But, This had to have been caused by someone else. And you said that my client was the one who told you? Yeah, he told us this morning. But if my client were the culprit, why would he volunteer that information? Because he didn't think that we'd go and get it somewhere else? My client is no idiot, I assure you. If this was really his doing, don't you believe he would have been his own self-interest to lie and say it was a common occurrence? Yeah, but we have the doctor's information anyway. We could have gotten the doctor's information and he would have been a liar already at that point. In fact, he was his mother's caretaker. No one could disprove him. The doctors. And all you'd have to do is the same with some doctors who weren't there. But they still would be reliable evidence because they still are... Just because they're not presently there doesn't mean that they're not her doctors. Bullshit. That's bullshit. That's a pretty good point. Bullshit. None of that changes the usual timing. There has to be more to it than that. And yet you still have nothing directly connecting my client to this case. We do know that Raiden still doesn't have an alibi. That's why we brought him in here. Raiden? We'll say Raiden. Raiden, where were you when the fire started? We know you weren't with Donner. I won't say. I have a right to privacy. You have to believe me when I tell you I would never harm my mother. Let's set that aside for now and return to a more base problem. If, and supposing if, my client were guilty, he would surely have had a way to induce the overdose. But he had no such method, did he? Allow me to explain. Oh, is he gonna talk? Oh, fuck me. Oh, boy. The entire argument is based on one faulty assumption. You presume a client would have some way to induce the overdose, but there was no such way to do so without the victim knowing. You presume a client would have had some way to induce the overdose. No way. The logical conclusion was that it was an accident to overdose. What do you mean there was no way? Surely it was possible. It's simple. The victim took her medicine by adding it to a tea, which she brewed herself. I mean, she would have added the medicine to the cup by herself as well. Therefore, nobody else would have had a chance to mix medicine in with the tea. Oh, no. Oh, that's all that shit easily. Tea kettle. You put the medicine into the tea kettle. Overdose. It's tasteless. She wouldn't know that's in there. So the medicine was already in the tea. There. The medicines, whoever killed her put the medicine into the tea kettle. And because it's tasteless, she didn't know that the medicine was in the tea kettle. So she put just like, let's say 1 milligram that she needed of whatever this thing was, right? 1 milligram or milliliter, whatever it is, of the medicine into her drink proper, but then she was adding in extra milligrams because the drink was already in the tea itself. Easy. Mr. Wolfhard, do you mind repeating what you just said again? Okay. On the contrary, there was a way someone could have added that medicine, the victim's teapot. But it takes time to boil, does it not? It would have been simple to add medicine to it. We know the medicine was both colorless and tasteless. The victim would have never have noticed it. Is he gonna say that Jules never let anyone brew tea for her? Switch the tea kettles. I see. Mr. Watson, I have 2 questions for you. Firstly, did your mother rinse her tea kettle before she would use it? Second, what would she do while the water was boiling? That woman couldn't stand to see a single dirty dish. She'd wash it before and after using it. She'd make tea at 10 p.m. every night. She was a creature for habit. Okay. It usually took 10 minutes to prepare, and while the water boiled, she prepped the tea leaves. She was very intricate with the tea. She'd even stay in the kitchen. Oh, god damn it. Thank you, Mr. Watson. Detectives, do you see what I'm getting at? What, that she liked being clean? That there's no chance for someone to modify the tea kettle in that time. If someone were to add medicine to a kettle before she brewed it, it would have been washed out. Yep. And there was no opportunity to add it to the kettle after the fact. Even if you can prove my client was there that night, you have no way to show he induced the overdose. Adding medicine to the kettle, have you even tested the kettle for trace amounts of the substance? Mess that word up. Well, I kind of only came up with this just now. Fool! You don't even have a case! I demand you let my client go before you make yourself look any worse. No. Not gonna do that. We can't let him go just yet. I do have a follow-up question. Raiden, you stayed with your mom before you left for the night, right? What were you doing during that time? Mr. Watson, you don't need to answer that question. My client's actions during that time were irrelevant. He was not there for the fire. If he wants to be cleared of all suspicions, we'd like to hear the full story. I'm not mind answering the detectives. It's every man's dream to have two lovely ladies who want to know everything about him. Ah, there's the eye roll. As you know, I live with my mother. In order to be her caretaker, I remain with her and only by chance have an excursion late that night. So I'm just going to question all of these. What about your earlier statement that you were with Donna at his apartment? Merely a white lie. You see, Donna and I were together just at home. I didn't want you 2 days to think I was some simple home buddy. Ah, but it wasn't much of a lie, was it? You see, my brothers come over often. But didn't you request the night off last night? Only later in the night, but that is a personal matter. Okay. Okay. And what were you doing that night? We were simply talking, nothing worth noting, mind you. I recall we played a simple game of cards, that was all. Wait, do you mind repeating that again for us? Okay. Hold on. Dispute. Crumbs. So you claim you did nothing but talk and play a card game? Of course. What's with all the slamming? Because I don't buy that for a second. You see, the living room may have been quite damaged by the fire, but there was one odd thing that was left behind inside the couch cushions. Take a look at these. Can't be serious. Your evidence is a bunch of moldy breadcrumbs? I think what my partner's trying to say here is that those breadcrumbs were likely from the night of the fire. If Donna and Raiden were there, they must have been eating something. Bah! Pathetic! All I see is two detectives failing to find a grip. What relevance does a few breadcrumbs have, even assuming your theory is correct? He's got a dog! Oh, look how cute! There, Krampus. No need for you to get involved now. I've got this perfectly under control. Hey, we get Krampus added to a file. Aww. He's a Dashin too. Aww, look at him. It is as Krampus says, your argument is all bark and no bite. I'd like to see some evidence that these breadcrumbs are relevant to the matter at hand. When we surprise him and he has a surprise animation, is his dog also going to have a surprise animation? Of course those crumbs are relevant. That's because... Vito had terrible cleanliness habits. That just proves that she had to wash the tea kettle before brewing the tea. How clean are your couch cushions at home? Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I should have checked them. No, to most people, a simple bit of crumbs proves nothing about this. Even supposing it's true, you would still need to prove someone added mints into the kettle. But it must have been that, but no. That was the right answer? Oh, that is something. Okay, cool. Okay, well, connection between the bread and the kitchen, huh? Well, it just so happens I can do exactly that. Take a look at this. Bakery box. As it turns out, there's such a connection. This bakery box was found inside the kitchen's trash can. In fact, it happens to be the perfect size for a small loaf. It was thrown out recently from yesterday night before the accident. So I would say the bread likely came out of this box. Dog, get your homework? What's your point? What's unusual about buying bread from a bakery? Well, that's because it shows Raiden lied. I think my mom must have gotten the bread a few days ago. Yeah, that's it. She just forgot to throw it out the box. That's awfully convenient, don't you think? Raiden, are you saying you know for a fact that your mom got it herself? Yeah, it was all her. I had nothing to do with it. And I have a second question. Where did she get it from? I don't know. You were her caretaker, so why would you not know? I just don't. You can't prove anything. There are a lot of bakeries in the area. Who can say where it's from? But you were saying she ate the bread? Yeah, I suppose she must have. Then you have it. The pointless thread ends here. Now this proves that my client could have added more medicine to the tea kettle. And since you have nothing else to add, you will let my client go. Actually, I do know where that box came from. Take another look at the box. Don't you notice that distinctive pink flower? As it happens, I've seen that very flower somewhere else. There we go. This bakery box shares the same logo as Amber's new bakery, Pink Lotus Bakery. I even have a picture of her here, and you can see the same flower on her uniform. That's the connection. Amber Bond. Hey, leave Amber out of this. She has nothing to do with this case. Does it matter if it's from her bakery? Her bakery isn't open yet, as a matter of fact. That means your mother couldn't have gotten this bread herself. Raiden, have you ever lent the key to your mother's room to anyone? Maybe you misplaced it? I can't believe this. You're trying to go after Amber now, aren't you? Oh, he's pissed! There's no way I let that happen. Mr. Watson, as your attorney, I suggest you remain silent. Detective, this has gone needlessly off track. It's clear you have no evidence linking my client to the supposed crime. I demand he be released immediately. You know, for once, I think we agree. Raiden, you're free to go. Good work, Justy. You might have found the key to crack this case open. I knew it. You're going after Amber. Well, if you're going to question Amber, I'm staying here. I've seen your deceptions. I can't let her fall prey to that. Now, Mr. Watson, you heard them. No way, no how. I'm staying put. Nice going, Sophie. I'll pay your fee, but I need you to represent Amber. Huh, you're a stubborn pump. Alright then, I'll stay here with you. No extra fee. Detective, you extend me the same courtesy to converse with Miss Bond, wouldn't you? You two can wait in here. I'll have Patches bring her in. Dusty, let's step out until then. Sure thing. I think we should be able to investigate the crime scene, possibly. Please? Great work in there, Justy. It's thanks to your quick thinking that we found a new lead to follow. Still, I have to wonder why Raiden chose to stay. We had nothing to hold him with. Raiden is very protective of Amber. The two of them must be pretty close for him to stick his neck out like that. Even if Amber's innocent, maybe he doesn't trust us to do right by her. Speaking of which, looks like they're here now. I have brought Miss Brennis as requested. What's going on? The detective said you had questions for me. We learned some new information about the victim and we needed to clarify it with you. You have an attorney present to represent you. There's nothing to worry about. Well, alright. We'll explain everything once we're inside the interrogation room. Thank you for bringing her here, Detective. Not a problem. I am happy to be of any use at all. Aw, that's sad. I get that feeling. Good work, Detective Feynman. Thank you, Miss Shift. Look at you, Justy. You sound like a real part of the force now. Maybe one day you can even become a head clerk. Then you can command real authority. Gotta act the part. This junior police officer sticker isn't just for show. Being a detective is more than commanding authority, young pup. And until you learn that, act is all you'll ever do. I prepared my client. If you two are ready now, we'll be waiting inside. Are we gonna have two people to interrogate at the same time? Didn't we do that before? I'm pretty sure we did that like last case, the case before. Just are you in there? Sorry, yes. Let's get the show on the road. To be fair, you're not actually really a attorney, Justina, so like he is right, you're kind of acting like one. Okay, here we go. Now that everyone is here, let's review what we know so far. We know that both Raiden and Donna were at the estate yesterday evening, but Raiden denies that either entered the kitchen. However, we did find something interesting in the kitchen at the estate. Specifically, this bread box. Do you recognize this, Amber? Raiden, what's going on? Do they think I... Don't worry, Amber. This is all a misunderstanding. These detectives seem intent on hounding all of us with their pointless little theories. Oh, he's dropping that charade of being a fucking Casanova. You have nothing to worry about. Mr. Wolfhard will put an end to this. What I'm curious about is this. What's a box from a bakery that's not even open yet doing in the kitchen? That bread couldn't have been brought by the victim. See that logo? That's your logo, isn't it, Amber? You don't have to answer, Amber. Remember, you have rights here. This includes the right to remain silent. Well, Stop evading the question, Amber. Explain to us how this bread box got there. Or do you want us to explain it for you, because we have a theory? You delivered that bread yourself, meaning you were also at the Watson estate yesterday. No, that's not true. I never delivered any bread. I don't know how that box got there. I was at my apartment yesterday, I swear it. My client won't be intimidated by your tactics, young pup. Your theory is as baseless as your reason for questioning her in the first place. Well, if Amber didn't deliver it, then who did? There has to be some sort of explanation for this box, and I believe that is tied to the culprit. Amber, please, we just want to know how a box belonging to you ended up in a location you claim not to have visited. If you cooperate with us, we'll let you go home immediately. There's no hiding it. The box belongs to my bakery. Miss Bond! But I swear, I don't know how it got there. I haven't even used those boxes for anything. Why don't you tell us a little more about them? Is it possible someone could have taken one of them? No way, that's not possible. Let me explain. Alright, here we go. There's no way one of those boxes could have ended up in Jules' home. I only ordered them a few days ago to have in stock for the bakery's opening, but they've been in my apartment the whole time. Nobody but me has access. Dispute. Easy. Nobody but you had access? I find that hard to believe. In fact, I can think of at least one other person who had ample access. Speak, young pup. Someone Amber trusted enough with the key to her apartment. Her partner, Kelvin Watson. You think Kelvin took it? Amber, you mentioned that boxes were delivered a couple of days ago. Did you ever leave your apartment during that time period? Don't answer that. Amber, we'd like to go check your apartment one more time. If there's no missing box, then that would be that. My client will not consent to any searches of her property without a warrant. Let her speak for herself. No way. Kelvin and I tell each other everything. If he took a box, he'd tell me. He wouldn't go behind my back. No way. There's your answer, young pup. This line of questioning has led you nowhere. It doesn't mean it lead us nowhere. Specifically, that is her box, and it's shown up there. So someone had to take it, and it was only her or her boyfriend. Which is... Even Krampus agrees. Oh, I forgot I didn't hit the button. Hold on. There we go. There's the box. Even Krampus agrees. How can we be so sure? How can we be sure Amber didn't make that bread? And if we don't have proof, you have to admit it's quite a coincidence. Ha! Do you expect a forensic analysis of the breadcrumbs now? That bread could have come from anywhere. Need I explain it to you? Okay, the only trace of bread you can find in that whole house was simply moldy crumbs. dispute that wasn't moldy crumbs. Hi, we didn't check the entire house. There could be more upstairs, you never know. Even Krampus can see the fertility on display. You decided to bring my clients in before doing a proper investigation, and now you suffer the consequence. Every action you took today is sloppy, and what do you have to show for it? Crumbs. Let me tell you this, young pup. If you were in the courthouse, I'd have you torn down to your bare core on cross. Can we just move on? Blue pond. And you get the part where it's the green part. But I want evidence to Wolf in part 2 in case 6. Hey! Nice! I got an achievement for that. Oh! Bread is as generic as it gets. Really now? Can you say that in front of the bakery lady? Generic, you say, but what if this bread isn't generic? Huh. What is that you intend to propose now? There's something unique about those crumbs. I grow tired of these pitiful grass and straws. Mr. Huntsman, can you repeat what you just said? There's nothing distinctive about those crumbs. Dispute. Blue pond. There we go. I thought we would have established this already, that this is her food, but whatever. Actually, there's an aspect of this bread that's unique. The green hue. What are you getting at, young pup? I think we've been thinking of these crumbs wrong all along. They aren't moldy at all. They're just green breadcrumbs. Ha! What kind of bread is green? I've never heard of such a thing. Actually, Mr. Huntsman, your client just so happens to specialize in green bread. Bonbon cake. Do I say that right? Which turns distinctly green from the pandem leaf inside it. The same color as those breadcrumbs. Gotcha. Ah, she said gotcha too. All we need to do is test this bread for pandem leaf to confirm it's true. And not only that, if it is bonbon cake, it would have come from Amber. There's no other bakery in the city that makes it. I'll get the bread tested right away. I got the results of the test back. As we suspected, there was a pandem leaf inside the crumbs. But that wasn't all we found. Huh? There's something else? They found something else in the bread, something more important. Oh, fuck yeah! The bread. It has the same medicine that Jules overdosed on. What? Huh? Impossible! There you have it, Wolfhard. All this time you wanted a link between the bread and Jules' death. And here it is. The victim didn't overdose accidentally, she was intentionally overdosed by someone else. But that doesn't make sense. Baking bread requires a perfect balance of ingredients. Adding in medicine would ruin the flavor. Sorry, Amber, but our culprit wouldn't have to worry about that. Here's why the victim couldn't taste the medicine. The medicine Jules took was a tasteless powder. In fact, she normally put it in her tea. As Rainin told us earlier, the victim was very particular about her tea. She wouldn't drink it if she had ever had an off taste. That means she could eat the bread without even noticing the medicine. Calvin and Amber were the only people who could have taken that Pink Lotus box from Amber's apartment. We know the bread came from Amber, meaning she must have delivered the bread to the victim in that box. Why would she overdose the victim? She must have played a role in her death. Looks like I misjudged you, young pup. Even if my client caused the overdose, she lacked a key into the victim's bedroom. She couldn't have caused the fire. My client will insist her innocence in all matters. What if Raiden and Amber were working together? After all, the two are finally close. Amber could have overdosed the victim while Raiden used the key to enter the bedroom and start the fire. You've forgotten one key detail in your haze, young pup. Evidence? Motive. For what reason would my clients kill the late Mrs. Watson? True, we do lack a solid motive, but we still have grounds for a manslaughter charge. then until you prove it in court of law. Mr. Huntsman, that won't be necessary. Miss Bond, I strongly advise you to remain silent. Look, detectives, I know this family well. None of them would ever hurt their mother, not intentionally. And I know for a fact that none of them would ever steal from me. And I did not bake that bread. Going against the advice of Mr. Huntsman, I will allow you to investigate my apartment. You can see for yourself, I have nothing to do to hide. Come and can verify I didn't deliver any bonbon and cake to Jules. Miss Bond, don't! You can't let them... He's right. You can't... Don't let them. It's okay, Raiden. Kelvin is a kind and honest person. Let's put an end to this once and for all. Once the police confirm all the boxes are accounted for, these detectives will have to leave us alone. I'll have Patches and the boys go check the place out. You're free to go with them to oversee the investigation. Okay, we're back. Patches is calling. I'll put him on speaker. Speaker. Detective Swish, we finished our investigation here. Great work, Patches. What did you find out? I've got a full report for you, Detective. Confirmed that there's indeed one box missing from Amber's stock. I've been triple-checked the manifest, one missing. However, we can't find any trace of heart medication, not a drop. Forensics tested every surface of the kitchen and it's spotless. Thanks, Patches. You and your men can leave. I decided to taste this important part right here. White powder. Now, why is that important? Why, what did we get evidence of before earlier? Flour. Several surfaces in Kelvin's apartment, not her apartment, are coated in flour. Was someone baking here? Is it possible that someone, we don't know who, someone, wink, we don't know who, could have been baking in Kelvin's apartment using the medicine and then use the flour as a way to disguise the fact that they had the medicine there? Because they're both white powders, so you just like, it's like one of those, like, what, spreading a needle in a haystack or whatever? Looking in the tree forest for the trees, whatever the term is, I forgot what it is. But yeah, they had a white powder, they used it, they spread the flour to disguise the fact that they had the medicine. Thanks, Patches. You and your men can leave. Well, Patches confirms it. There's one box missing from your apartment, Amber. But why? Did Kelvin really? Spawn, I strongly advise you. Raiden, tell me the truth. Kelvin was the only one who could have taken that box. Just what are you two hiding from me? Amber. Spawn, if I may. These detectives have yet to prove anything definitive. This bakery box, that's a different matter. It's unrelated to either of you. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Neither one of you committed any crimes. Alright then, Wolfheart, explain your reasoning. Ha, I like your spirit, young pup. Clean apartment, clean hands. Earlier, my client went to make a drug bread as if she had the medicine in question. However, your own detectives couldn't find a single trace. This rules out her as a primary suspect. Oh! Wait! Hold the fuck on! I was implying the idea here that it's Kelvin's apartment, so it must be Kelvin, but she also has access to his apartment. Which means she can go to his apartment, bake there, and then... Oh! After all, anyone familiar with this type of bread could have baked it. This ingredient, no matter how special, isn't unique to my client. Amber could have thoroughly cleaned her apartment after she was done. It's just a white powder after all. Another one of your conjectures? Give me a break. Show me evidence or keep quiet. But we know it couldn't have just been anyone. It had to be someone who had access to the bakery box. And who do you propose? Nobody else in this case could bake this sort of bread. Ensuring that the bread had medicine in it, you proved it couldn't have been Miss Bond who made it. What about Raiden? He could have made it himself. No way. Raiden once tried to bake cookies to impress me. And I can't say. How do you turn vanilla cookie dough purple? That bad, huh? I guess the rules rated out. How difficult is to bake bonbon noir cake? It can be a bit tricky to learn how to bake pandan leaf. One wrong move and it'll turn out extremely bitter. As discussed, the victim was very picky about taste. The bread was made by someone experienced. She shouldn't have eaten it. You mind repeating what you just said earlier? Dispute. Nope. Okay. So is it right track, wrong evidence? Fuck. Oh, so I can go back. That's the one thing anything about going back. What? Ha! I'm not gonna fall for your so-called. Oh, hold on. Where is it that they said that he was learning to bake? Oh, there we go. Mr. Huntsman, I admit that Amber should be ruled out as the primary suspect, but there was one other person involved who could break the bandan leaf. In fact, someone Amber taught herself. Donna Watson. Are you out of your mind? You're going after Dawn now? Ooh-hoo-hoo! Not just Donna, when you put everything in this case together, it would only mean one thing. All three sons were working together. Kelvin was the only one who could have taken Amber's bakery box. Donna was able to make the bread that Jules overdosed on, and Raiden had ample access to her room to start the fire. That's why we couldn't pin things on any single one of them. They were all part of a wider conspiracy to kill their mother. That doesn't make any sense. Why would we ever want to do that? Actually, I have the perfect motive. This was the brothers' motive for killing their mother. I wonder why. There's one piece of evidence we hadn't considered. Money. All three of the brothers were said to inherit money from the victim's death, and since the bakery had a tight budget, they must have thought it was the only way. I'm curious why a bonbon noir cake was used specifically. Why make bread that could look like Amber's? I think I know why. They wanted the victim to think the bread came from me. Raiden, did Kelvin lie to me? Were you trying to convince your mom to fund the bakery? Oh! Dawn was. The budget was tight. Dawn thought he could appeal to her mother if he showed her how good the product was. Kelvin was against it at first, but he eventually agreed. So, Dawn must have made the bread to give to her. But I swear, I don't know how medicine would have ended up in it. I swear, nobody was trying to kill her. It has to be a mistake. But the medicine did wind up on the bread, and I don't think that it was some accident. Even if Donna made the bread, he was still the only one with access. It seems I have no choice. It does allow a moment to confer with my client in private. What's going on? What could you... Hold on, you're not thinking of... No way, you can't... When you're backed in a corner, it's either eat or be eaten. I know what I'm doing, Mr. Watson. Detectives, my client could not have killed his mother. He has an alibi for the time of death. Your detective friend can tell you more. We have a lot to go over. Justy, you better give them space. Let's go speak with Red. Great, now we're gonna clean up Hunt's issue as well. Solve 2 cases today. I don't think he killed his mom. I think that she took the medicine before bed, died. He walked in, opened the safe, left, maybe put on the heater, and then whatever, but I don't think he, well, unless they say that he was he wasn't ready for me. No, he could have done that. He could have done that and then left, and then the heater could have automatically gone on, and then she could have died. Right? The heater could have been an accident. I don't know. The heater is evidence, so it makes me think it's not an accident. But maybe the heater was an accident or something. It wasn't. I feel like he didn't kill her. Specifically, he did not kill her. But I think he definitely knew that she was dead. Good work in there, you two. Going against the Bloodhound is never easy, but you weathered the storm like pros. Heh, looks like you two got me to confession I was looking for after all. Maybe, but it seems like we'll have to rule out Raiden as a suspect in that case. Don't be so sure about that, Miss Former Assistant. You only need to find a new approach. Red's right. All we've done is open up a bunch of new questions. We'll have to regroup and find a new plan. Speaking of which... Amber, you're now free to go. Sorry for going so hard on you in there. It's fine. I think I'd just like to go home now. I don't want any part of this anymore. I feel like I just can't trust anyone now. Look alive, here comes the Bloodhound. Detectives, we have an agreement. Wolfhard, great to see you again. I understand you have something to tell me. My client is prepared to cooperate with you regarding the break-in last night. Robbery! Why don't you get them up to speed on the matter? They seem to be mistaken that my client was elsewhere. Guess not every victory can be a satisfying one. Alright, Wolfhard, you and your client are staying here and we'll discuss this more afterwards. So what's this about a break-in? But the matter I've been investigating today, Raiden was my primary suspect. Let me give you the rundown. Oh, it's a statement too. Last night around 11 p.m. there was a break-in at the Perjury City Police Headquarters. What? Upon investigating, we found that the records room was targeted and a single file was tampered with. Internal documents relating to the investigation of Ray Watson's death, the father of Watson brothers. My investigation led me to the primary suspect, Raiden Watson, who lacked an alibi for that time. However, I couldn't get a confession. Wolfhard defended him well, and I was forced to release him. What made Raiden your top suspect? Because Raiden already put in a number of requests to see the records on the case. He combed through every publicly available record on that matter, and then suddenly we have a break-in on the very same case. Plus, he dropped this at the scene. Oh, shit! A key? It's a house key, specifically, when used for an internal room. Notice the distinctive design? It's the same style key that was used at the Watson estate. Only problem is, we couldn't find any prints. Without these prints, I could only guess that it belonged to Raiden. I had nothing definitive. So, Wolfie, does this key belong to your client? The client admits the key is his. In fact, he told me that it's the key to Jules' bedroom. Shit. Wait a minute, if that's true, then that means nobody could have... Ooh, what a shrewd dude. Unfortunately, we know the break-in occurred at midnight. Whoever was involved in couldn't have been at the Watson estate. I'd like to talk to your client one last time, Wolfie. I have a single question to ask him. A single question only, and nothing more. My nose is so itchy. Raiden, we have one final question we'd like to ask you. We understand you were involved in a different matter at the time of the fire. Because of that, we're dropping our case against you in favor of Detective Hunt's. However, I'm curious, why were you so interested in your dad's case? According to other newspaper reports, my dad died in an accident, but I know that wasn't true since the day he died. Something was off about it. He was showing off his crown achievement, a newly constructed power plant to service Azure City. But during the tour, there was an accident. The power got switched and there shouldn't have been any problems. It was a brand new facility, it had just passed every inspection. Something happened that day, I just knew it. Someone with access to the facility did something. Last month, I was given some information about who it may have been, so I decided to go look at the reports myself. But all the public reports said the same exact things. I knew there was more to it, so I decided to look into the internal ones. But even then, nothing. There wasn't a single thing to go off of. Every last detail added up to an accident. So who do you think it was? Is he gonna say? It doesn't matter. Oh, come on, dude. Thank you, Raiden. And you three have a lot to discuss now. Let's go, Justy. It's 7:19 p.m. We don't have that much time. In real life, it's almost 8:19, so it's kind of very fitting. Alrighty. Well, there goes our case, and I don't even know where to go from here. It's been a long day. I think we should end our investigation here for today. We can pick back up tomorrow morning. Looks like I came here at the perfect time. Oh, Dr. Feynman. I have just concluded my investigation for today. Seeing as you two have done the same, let's say we go to Cotton Joe's. Duke some food to reinvigorate us for tomorrow. Sounds fun. I'm down. I haven't been there in a while. I'm down too. Yay, finished part 2. How many parts are there to this game? Let me check something. I figured out this easily. Guess maybe 3 parts? Either 3 or 4. Alright, so how much speed would have? A lot. All of the guys' statement, all of the brothers' statements are gone. Of course we have the bedroom photo because we've never used it. We've never used the bedroom photo. We've never... I don't think we've ever even used the gambling addiction one. And we haven't used the heater. Justy! Looks like we're all here. We've got a pretty big day ahead of us. Good morning, you three. I hope you three have done your morning aerobics today. You guys do a morning aerobics? They say in the academy, stretching is an officer's duty. I'll pass, thank you. So, what goes on the agenda for today? I finalized Raiden's confession. He's been transferred to the Azure City jail for now. I'll be heading back to the crime scene to finish my investigation to the break-in. We should also head to the jail when we get a chance so we can get more details from Raiden. I'll be returned to oversee the crime scene. The firefighters have cleaned it so you two may investigate freely. Great, we should go check that out when we can. That should be everything. Good luck with your investigations, everyone. Alright, because it's me and you again, Sophie. Got a lot of options on where to go. Whoever you decide to finish first, I'll be right behind you. With this effort, we should be able to move between them all faster than light. Let me know when you're ready to head out. Alrighty. I'm gonna skim through this. Okay. Poor Patches. Justina, what the fuck? Alright. Let's do the evidence locker first, because we're here. Then let's go to the jail, and let's go back to the crime scene. So this is the scene of the break-in. This reminds me of the last case of the first Ace Attorney game. The last one, the DLC one. Well, originally was DLC, or like an extra content, we'll say, back in the day. It wasn't really DLC, it was just like an extra case they added to like the Game Boy Advance version, or DS version. DS version, that's right, the DS version. The Sky case, the Sky Sisters. I know I've been to the police headquarters before. It's kind of strange. I've been to HQ a few times, but we don't have time for a tour. Good to see you two again. Welcome to my crime scene. I was wondering, would we be able to see the file that Raiden accessed in here? Oops, my eye. Sure thing. Here, I made a copy for you two. KW10. Hey, we got even a file case number. A case file number. That's the internal identifier. Weird. This photo is a lot smaller than I expected it to be. By all accounts, the detective in charge was positive this was an accident. Since there was no suspects, the investigation was rather limited. Detective in charge? Wait. Didn't they mention something about a detective being passed for promotion? I mean, it seemed sure that it was sabotage, but he couldn't find anything in his file to confirm that. Maybe we can find something if we look over the police report in closer detail. Bet, is there any computer we can pull up the report on? You should be able to use that one over there. I never like doing things digitally. Paper is all I need. A paper perjury, you may say. Wait a second, this report. It's signed by Lieutenant Feynman. As in Johnny Feynman? Not at all, that would be his older brother, Baron Feynman. He's in charge of all detectives in the 5th Precinct. Effectively, he's our manager. Really? How come I've never heard of him before? Because you're a clerk. Your equivalent would be Sue. Thanks for the help, Red. Alright, let's get investigating. Silhouette. Silhouette, like how in Detective Conan, there's always a silhouette. Is that a spin-off, possibly? Interesting. Oh. No, we should definitely push that. Alright, review report. Okay. Alrighty. May 12th, around 1:30 p.m., we received a call from the newly constructed Azure City Power Station. Watson Electronic Company had been conducting a tour of the facility with company executives and investors. An accident occurred during the tour, resulting in the death of the company's president, Ray Watson. Security was tight, and we were informed that no unauthorized individuals who were not part of the tour were present. Police were dispatched, and I was assigned to investigate the case. Scene. When I arrived, I noted the power plant was meant to be offline, yet the plant's main power was switched on. We led to the body of the victim, who suffered severe burns on his hands. The cause of death was electrocution. Power was controlled via the facility's main control room, so we investigated there. During normal operation, the plant's main power switch would have a colored indicator light. This light would have blinked red if power was kept off, and green if it was waiting user input. We determined someone must have confused these lights and restored power on accident due to safety negligence. Green means go, red means stop. What the? How do you fuck that up? Because we could not determine a motive, we treated this as a simple accident instead of a murder. My conclusions on this case are as follows. The power plant was meant to be offline during the tour, but the plant's negligent safety caused someone to switch the power on. This accidental reset of the facility's power caused a wire the victim was touching to come alive, which killed him without warning. Was ultimately responsible for the company's compliance officer, Kelvin Watson, who properly vetted each member of the plant's staff, and we could find no motive for any of them. Therefore, I came to the conclusion that this was an accident, and I am closing the case as such. Okay. Which Jules now Ray? It's almost funny how we have to look into both parents of the Watsons. And just like Jules Watson, they couldn't find anyone with a motive to kill Ray. Everyone seemed to like him. No one stands to gain from his death. But that hasn't stopped Raiden from suspecting foul play. No wonder the lieutenant concluded it was an accident. Anything, his death only hindered the company. Maybe someone wanted to do that. They staged it to look like an accident, but it had to be someone within the company. Nobody would have had that level of access needed. Let's keep that in the back of our mind for now. Maybe something will pop up when we look over the evidence. Kelvin was there that day, and that does make sense if he was a C something or another. CCO, Chief Compliance Officer. Yeah, the report says he was responsible for the plant's safety, which is tragic given the accident. Looking at it, the lieutenant pretty severely admonishes him. He seemed pretty certain that the blame fell on him. Come to think of it, that doesn't make sense. Kelvin may be a bit stubborn, but he's not careless. There's no way he would let something careless happen on his watch. So what happened? Why did this accident happen? That's what I hope we can find out. So the autopsy report is accounted for. The cause of death was electrocution from the victim grabbing a high voltage, high current wire. When the body gets shocked like that, it causes muscles to contract. You couldn't have let go even if you wanted to. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Back when I was in, like 8th grade, I think I want to say. That sounds alright. Like 8th grade. I was in a summer camp for fucking writing, but also we did like, we would like go out and do like hikes and stuff like that. And we went to go hike this mountain, and me and the other camp goers gathered around this electric fence that was right by like the base of the mountain, and we did a semicircle, and the people at the end of the semicircle, we all gathered hands, put our hands together onto the fence, and we all shocked ourselves. Boom, 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 boom. And we all fell down. But I just remember that time of a split second, everyone was interconnected. Like, you can't really just like let go. You did, but like, yeah, it was a stupid thing that we did as teenagers. That was the only time I ever got like electrocuted, like legitimately, I guess. And we were just like, poof, it's like literally like you felt like someone was like punching your arm, both your arms. Would not recommend. Unless you're into that stuff, but do that, whatever. That's do whatever you want to do. Just, yeah, be safe. His entire body was severely burned. He'd have been dead within seconds. Why was he touching the wire anyways? The report says he was handling it as part of the tour. He must have expected the wire to not have been live. Why would you still touch it even if that's the case? The only other thing to note is that the body was untouched until it was collected, so there wasn't any tampering with it. It looks like there was a tour of the plant that was that day with a bunch of the company's investors and the media. The whole plant was shut off and most of the workers weren't even there. There were cameras everywhere. Seems the worst time to try and commit a murder, which just adds more to the theory that it was just an accident. Looking at the people who were there, it doesn't seem like a single one of them had motive. Though the plant was to remain offline for the tour, it seems the power got switched on. Nobody was aware of it that hadn't happened until the victim touched the wire. It would have happened via the plant's control room, but it doesn't look like anyone was there. If that's the case, how did the power turn on? The report doesn't say, just that it was an accident. Let's come back to this later. Okay. One little plant here. Okay. When did detectives and police become a whole, like, combined thing? I'm gonna research that. Excuse me. Let's go to the jail. Did my eyes deceive me? Was that my favorite pair of detectives? Oh, please, you were calling us some names yesterday. Now there's a sight for sore eyes. You two couldn't get enough of me, could you? How are we still your favorite detectives? Well, my name, I only know 4 detectives. One put me in handcuffs, the other can't get my name right. Besides, you two came all this way just to see me. Truly, I'm touched. This isn't a personal visit, Maiden. We wanted to ask you a few more questions. Oh, your words, they wound me. It's so much for a man to such conditions to dream. If you continue to cooperate with us, I'll put in a good word for you at the DA's office. You two don't know when to give up, do you? I'm telling you, what happened to my mother was an accident. But fine, I've nothing better to do in this cell anyways. Besides, conversing with 2 fair ladies is much better than any dreary cell. Than my dreary cell. I mean, that's not incorrect. I'd rather be talking to someone than be in a jail cell, so... I wanted to ask you more about the break-in. You mentioned that you learned some information that made you think someone caused the accident. You wouldn't tell us who it was, but we need your help on this. Please, we really need to know... Yeah, we really need to know who you thought it was. Why was that so hard for me to read? That day, when the accident happened, all the information I could get said that there was a simple tour of company investors. Nobody else should have been there, but I was told that my mother was there that day in the plant's control room. I tried looking into it, the reports didn't even mention her. If she really was there that day, she wasn't involved. Who told you this information? Kelvin did, probably to try and save some face. The report blamed him for the accident, something my mother agreed. The two fought about it a lot. Yesterday when we were leaving Kelvin's apartment, the two of you seemed to be at odds with each other. What happened? It's a spat between brothers. It's a personal affair. It doesn't concern you. Well, if it's connected to this case in any way, it does concern us. It seems that there was some bad blood between you two regarding your mother. Kevin loved our mother. He just can't accept that other people did too. I'm Mother's favorite boy, and I'm the only one who cares for her. Yeah, okay, right, buddy. Right, dude. I didn't put it against him. He was just having a hard time coming to terms with things. Kevin mentioned you losing your money at a casino recently. Is that why you were at your mother's caretaker? Digging into my private life now, are you? That doesn't matter to you. I have you know I did not lose it all like some bum. I'm due for a win at any moment, and then I have it all back. Okay, yeah, alright, that's a gambler's mentality. I should know. I've been down that road. Can you tell us more about your mother? Is there any reason someone might want her dead? As I said before, just about anyone who's ever been late on their power bill might have a motive. But what about something more personal? Does she have any friends? Friends? Oh, she would attend a tea party at the end of every month with a bunch of other rich socialites. She was very particular about always showing up to those. Perhaps they would know something. You know who hosted the parties? Well, I believe it was a... what was it? Eubank? Oh my god! Well, Justy, seems like we have a reason to go say hi to our old friends. I can't imagine she'd be thrilled to see us after everything. I'm sure it'll be fine. It all worked out in the end, after all. Yeah, she was chill with us at the end. You seem oddly defensive of Amber. Call it a hunch, but there has to be more there than a simple friendship. If I said I simply wish to protect all the women of this world, would that be enough for you? Not even a little. I suppose I could tell you more, but I warn you, it's a long story. Amber used to work at my family's company. She did? What happened? It happened the day we lost my father. What happened that day impacted all of us. Amber worked in the HR department, and after that sort of accident, they were under a lot of stress. The HR manager was quite strict with them, especially after that. Couldn't have any liabilities in the company. I didn't know her at the time, but I saw him screaming at her one day. It boiled my blood. So I interjected. I put him aside and told him he shouldn't treat his employees like that. Heh, he brushed me off like it was nothing. He just said just because I was a Watson, I didn't know it better than him. It was a product of nepotism brought up with a silver spoon. That's how he saw me. I had my fair share of bosses, but never one like that. So, I went to my mother. I told her what was going on and how he was treating our employees. She responded by saying she'd look into the matter herself. That day, Amber lost her job. Apparently, my mother had her fired. Wow! Wow! That's when I learned the bitter truth about corporate politics. If you're a nuisance to the company, it doesn't matter who's right. I wanted nothing to do with the company after that. I didn't have the stomach for that kind of fuck. No wonder he's like, I want to get out of here. It's not just because he's like some lazy bum. He's like, fuck your fucking company. You know what? You know what? Good for you, dude. I'm sorry you're in jail, but like, you did the right move right there. I know what you're thinking. Sounds like a good motive for murder, huh? Yeah, honestly, kind of it kind of is a good motive. You obviously kill someone, but I mean, I'm saying people have killed for less. I didn't kill my mother. Nobody did. If I wanted her dead, I would have done it a long time ago. I had ample access to her after all. But I'm not heartless. I saw how broken up she was with my father's death. She had her own issues. She was downright cruel, even, but she was a human like everyone else. After Amber was fired, I kept in touch with her. It sounds weird, but I've felt protective of her ever since then. I'm glad to see she can pursue her dream now, thanks to my mother. Ooh, what if it's gonna come to a case like Kelvin's the killer, and then we could like have a cut down the line and flashback, like in a flash forward, and now he's dating her or something because he's the only one who's really genuinely cared for her. That would be nice. I don't think that's gonna be the truth, but that would be nice. The guy who was like the woman's, what's it called? Ladies' man finally actually has a legit relationship with a woman. He's being protective of her, but he doesn't realize he actually cares for her. That's some like prime real estate for like a romance thing. Anyway, you can make investments. Here we go. I didn't think we'd be setting foot in here again after that case. Welcome to Eubank Investments, where we invest in a brighter future for you. Oh, it's you again. We're here to talk to Mrs. Eubank. Is she here? Oh, It's you two. Mrs. Eubank is in her office. I'll call her down. One moment. Yeah, the two losers are here. It's been some time, detectives. Oh, hold on. Thought our business together was thoroughly concluded. Actually, we're here by a different matter. Oh? And to what do I owe the pleasure? I'm sure you've heard the news, right? About the death of Jules Watson, the president and CEO of Watson Electric. My goodness, what a tragedy. Jules was a dear friend of mine. When investigating her death, we're aware that she attended one of your tea parties every month. Yes, that's correct. Well, but you can tell us more about her. Anything you know that could help us. I don't believe I'd be much help in that matter. Her death was an accident, was it not? We don't think so. We think there's more to it. You detectives never cease to intrigue me. Really, you come back here after everything. But I suppose I do owe you to a favor. If you think it will help, I can share what I know. Okay. Jules and I, we'd met about once a month at a tea party for the socialites of the city. The main topic with her was always her children, especially her boy, Calvin was his name? She was always looking to find a wife for him. Quite the matchmaker, really. She'd approached just about every woman with a daughter. Unfortunately, after her late husband died, something changed with her. She never really recovered from it. She became very impatient. She made it clear how frustrated she was with his lack of interest in having a partner. I'm not one to pry, but it seemed as though her relationship with all her children became quite fraught after that. Thank you. If you don't mind, we would like to ask some follow-up questions. Well, I am a busy woman, you know. Please make it quick. That's how she used to talk. So how's everything been around here since we last spoke? Company policies can't tell you. We committed as ever to our values and our endeavor to better the city, despite some minor setbacks. How about your family? How have they been? We prefer to keep our affairs private. I would suggest you not pry. But if you must know, we are recovering, but we are well. What was Jules like? We don't have much about her aside from what her family told us. She was a very no-nonsense kind of woman. She knew what she wanted and she knew how to get it. She had an air of politeness, of sophistication. She made for pleasant company, although I often got the impression there was more to her than she let on. That she would say and what she believed were at odds. She was nice enough that if you got on well with her, she was nice enough if you got on well with her, but she would not have been the kind of person I'd want to be enemies with. After her husband died, that only became more true. There was less kindness in her eyes. She became colder. It was as though she regarded the world in a much more callous manner. I can't fathom her grief. There are quite the number of rumors swirling about her and her family. I imagine that must have gotten to her to some degree. I see. Thank you. You'd ever meet Jules' husband? We don't really know much about him. Only on a couple of occasions. I believe Owen was more familiar with him. After all, you can't get involved with property management without dealing with both gas and electric. But to your point, he was very energized. Pun intended. He was a very public-facing figure, always looking to attract the attention of the media. It was a good way to drive up investment, though it also caught the eye of other people. What do you mean? This is all rumor, but he was known for being a bit of a flirt. It was all harmless fun, or so we thought. There was that one time, where it was that he'd known for having an affair at one point. Jules was very adamant that it wasn't true, but wanted a woman to see you out on dates. Well, I always took it as simple gossip, something to keep people entertained. Alright, so let's now go to crime scene. And then we'll go back to the police station to talk about what we've learned. And then we go from there to evidence locker to dispute shit. This is the victim's bedroom. There you two are! Welcome to the crime scene. The floor is so burned, it's like I'm walking on pure ash. Well, lucky the whole floor didn't collapse, so we wouldn't have a crime scene at all. There's one advantage to being rich is that you can afford high quality flooring. me check something. Shit, I'm missing out on stuff. I'm missing out. I haven't crossed out any of these. Oh boy. Thanks for your work, Patches. It looks remarkably well preserved. Got any info for us? The opportunity to look further into the door into this room. Actually, hold on. Have I not just looked at the? I don't have the case file. The KW10 case file. No. And well, I guess it only confirmed what we already knew. As we thought, the only keys for this room belonged to the victim and Raiden. There was no master key that could have been used. Like most doors, it could be locked or unlocked from the inside without a key, even while the door was open. However, there was no other entrance to this room, no secret passage or anything. The window is too high to climb, so the door is the only option. Yeah, locked room mysteries? Fuck yeah. Thanks, Patches. We better take a look around now. Of course, I'll be right here if you have any questions. Any at all. Alright, let's go down the list. Get to know more about the fire itself. You know for sure that the fire started in here. Is it possible that it would have been started downstairs and then spread to here? That's not possible. Through my investigation, I was able to determine that this spot is the origin for the fire. This place had the most intense fire damage. The smoke damage also indicated the presence of smoke for longer than the other areas. If the fire had started downstairs, to expect that to be reversed. Also, the fire climbing up the walls would have caused significantly more exterior damage. Wow, you sure know your fire, Mr. Fireman. Fireman. I called it Fireman. It makes sense because he literally works in the fire department. Part of the police department. Of course, I thoroughly reviewed every portion of the Azure City Fire Association's Fire Investigation Handbook. Any arson detective worth their salt would do so. Well, how do you know that? Well, how do you know the heater was the cause of the fire? Couldn't something else have started it? Well, the heater was found in the area with the most damage. It was completely melted. So it is possible for it to have been arson, but you expect to find some sort of accelerant. We couldn't find anything like that. The heater was the only thing we could determine as a possible cause. Okay. You mentioned before that the door could be locked while it was still open. Does that mean someone could lock the door behind them without a key? Exactly. There's no bolt on the lock, so there's nothing preventing the door from closing after it's been locked. You only need a key to enter the red room. Unless the person inside opened it for you. Well, I guess that's possible. But the only one who could have done that would be the victim. There's no sign of a struggle, so there's no way the victim would have done that. We should know where they could have left the room without a key. Patches, are we sure the lock wasn't picked? I made sure to check for that. We can't find any evidence of tampering whatsoever. The only marks on the lock we could find are from the key itself. If the lock was picked, we would have seen scratches left behind. Must have been some kind of trick for how the culprit got in here. Keep investigating, I'm sure we can find something. The heater that started the fire, where is it now? We decided to have it analyzed. This evidence marker by the bed is the spot we found it. Being the source of the fire, it was almost unrecognizable. That's right over there. You can even see the pile of ash in the papers and the report said the heater ignited. Hang on, what's this? There's some pieces of broken green ceramic over there. Looks like they're covered in some sort of waxy substance. The other tea kettle? Strange, has some sort of frequent smell to it, almost like a candle. Actually, I think I know what these ceramic pieces are from. Raiden mentioned the victim had two different tea kettles, one that she kept in the kitchen and one that she kept in the bedroom. I don't see that tea kettle anywhere. I think these are the remains of it. Good thinking, Justy. Just in case, we should be able to put the pieces back together. Bingo! Oh, that can make me do it. Oh, they did it for me. Bingo. It's a perfect fit. I see, so the victim had two identical tea kettles. Well, identical not in color, but yeah, sure. Wait, what do you mean identical? These are different colors. Really? Oh my god. They look the same to me. Oh, 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 I got it. I got it. I got it. They look the same to me. He's colorblind. He's colorblind on red and green. The detective, his brother may also be colorblind, because, you know, colorblindness is probably a genetic thing or some shit like that, right? And then they talked about the fact that one thing is red and one thing is green. The files that they mentioned in the oh shit, where is it? Oh, I don't have the evidence right here. Oh shit. That one thing was red and one thing was green in terms of the files. Not the files. The power plant. The power plant had the thing that said one thing was red and one thing was green. And it's actually the opposite. How would he know? That has to do something with it. The fact that they mentioned the fact that one thing is red and one thing is green, and that was the fuck up that caused the power plant thing to kill the father of the family. And now this guy is talking about the fact that he may be possibly colorblind, and he's related to the person that investigated the crime scene beforehand. That must be related. One of these is red and the other is green. Hang on, are you colorblind, McClance, Feynman? Patches is red, green, colorblind. He can't tell the difference between red and green. Wait a moment. Raiden also said he couldn't tell the two kettles apart. Do you think he may also be colorblind? It's certainly a possibility. Oh, wait! If that's the case, how many people in this family are colorblind? Oh, fuck. Damn it. Well, my suspect list just got a lot more complicated. We don't have a way of knowing for sure unless we ask, though. Let's write it down just in case. Something to keep in mind. I wonder, what's this waxy stuff? Looks like it might be beeswax. The victim probably put honeycomb in her tea. That makes sense, and the fire melted it when the kettle broke. But that still begs the question, how exactly did this kettle break? Oops. We should write all this down. It could be important later. Oof, that was a lot. I'm not gonna read this out because my voice is getting a little tired, and I'd be very choosy about that. Oh, well, yeah, of course he gets his brother's name, right? Hey, I got an achievement for that. I think I saw that earlier when I was checking the achievements. Huh. Should probably investigate, like, all of this. It's a 6-code combination, so that means, oh, holy shit. And with blank. Huh. Oh. Let's do the rest of these first. Let's see them a little bit. There you go. Chandelier is a pun for chandelier. Oh my god. Oh my god, I don't know that. It's like being a doctor. You can't get too close to a patient's death. You just like a police officer or detective. You can't get too close to a victim's death. Oh boy. Maybe I'm supposed to. Okay. Alright, let's go to. We did this, we did this, we did this. Let's go back to this police station. Let's travel to the jail. Oh yeah. Actually, we didn't find. We had a question for you. The victim's two kettles. You couldn't tell them apart, right? Indeed, there were two of a matching set after all. But they weren't. One of them was green, the other was red. The fireman couldn't tell them apart either, but that's because he's colorblind. Maybe that you are as well? Oh, and so my secret has been exposed. An excellent showing from the beautiful detectives. Indeed, as you say, I've been colorblind all my life. Never could tell red and green apart specifically. It would make driving quite the scare if I didn't know the order of the lights. Huh? What's that noise? That noise means a little parley has come to an end. Time for me to return to my cell. Ah, to think we would have had such a reprieve from dreary iron bars. But now I shall bid you fair ladies adieu. It's just me, or do you feel a huge weight off your shoulders now that he's gone? Justy, don't be so mean. Can't help it, he's a total weirdo. Not much reason to stick around here. Let's get going. Alright, let's go to Evidence Locker. Did these. That done, that done. Okay. Okay. We have to get the police headquarters. I'm a little curious about something. How you come always defended? Or how come you always defended clients against us despite us being a corporate lawyer? Oh, I may work as a corporate lawyer now, but that wasn't always the case. I'm perfectly licensed for criminal defense. I was a practicing lawyer as well, but of course family comes first. I found this work much more compelling. Besides, I made plenty of connections with other firms during that time, and let me tell you, that comes in quite in handy. Never intended on returning to it, but someone had to keep the two of you in line. Connections. So you're familiar with the law firms in the area? More than an average person, I'd say. Actually, we found this paper in Jules' bedroom. It was pretty damaged by the fire, but we think it's related to some sort of law firm. We were hoping you'd tell us which one. Let me see. Yes, I recognize that logo. Grave & Sons Law Firm. They're a civil firm, mostly dealing with property law, contract law, that sort of thing. Great. Thank you much for your help. That's not what she said, but that's close enough. We should head there later. We should head there now. Because I'm correct, I think we're done talking to... No, we're not. No, we're not. Oh. Oh, review statement. Something's up here. Travel to the law firm. Travel back to Eubank. Wait, what do you mean lack of interest? Cohen's had a partner for over a year. Is that so? Actually, now that you mention it, I do seem to recall some of the women talking about that. This is just gossip, but from what I heard, it seems Drew wasn't very happy with Kevin's choice. Oh, wow! What did I say about, like, an hour into the stream? Or something like that, an hour and a half when we first introduced Amber as this baking lady? You know, I was like, oh, he's probably propping her up and her bakery up to be like, look, mommy dearest, she's a successful lady, let me marry her. Yep. She wanted him to marry someone more prestigious, someone from a successful family. This is uncommon in our circles. Yep. Called that shit. Sounds like Jules was pretty controlling of her children's lives. Indeed. In fact, I believe she was preparing to give him an ultimatum on the matter. Uh-oh. Giving him a motive. If he actually does care about Amber, that gives him a motive. Do you know what she planned to do if he refused? That, I don't know. This is all second-hand, after all. This is Eubank. You have an appointment ready in the conference room. Thank you. I'll be right there. Well, it's been a lovely chat, but I'm afraid I have business to attend to. Hope your investigation goes well. Joy, see the two detectives out. Looks like that's it for here. We got some good leads, at least. Let's get going. We're not coming back here, I guess. I didn't even investigate here, but I was just like, it's not even worth it. Why should there be like an achievement, a hidden achievement for like investigate everything? Law firm? Okay, well then, okay, only go to... The crime scene's kind of useless right now. Evidence locker? Let's go to the police headquarters for a second. I think this isn't important, but I'm going to try something first. That man's playing Galaga. That lady is playing solitaire. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, so it's investigate the KW-10, Boots Headquarters, and Graven Sons. So we have to do the evidence locker. Oh, and okay. Let's look at the evidence we've gotten so far. Alright. Drinking ASMR. Local man drinks G0 ASMR. This seems like the most important statement that has to do with this case so far. Here we go. What says that no one else was at the plant aside from those listed, but there were also no someone else who was at the site that went unreported. Jules was also there, watching things from the control room. Why would the lieutenant overlook this? I get the sense he wasn't very thorough in his investigation. I think we're getting close to an answer. Once we compile the file, we should have an answer. Curious. Oh, what turn was the last one? That's why I worked last time. Okay. Okay, look it over. So I'm clearly not done with this. Okay. No. Maybe there may be nothing here in this statement. Busy. No. I think it's the arrival part. but it seems to think the lights were confused out of negligence. However, someone with colorblindness may have thought the light was green. That's true, but who would it be? We know Raider was colorblind, but he wasn't there. Would it have been someone in the control room? Wait, that's it! Raider is colorblind and Jules was in the control room. Do you think that Jules was also colorblind? I think it's possible. We better write this down for later. Okay. I can't use that. I probably can't use the same evidence as before. I tried this with this already, right? Yeah. It's gotta be the evidence locker, and it's gotta be the report, and it's gotta be the final thing in the report. So there's something wrong with that last statement. Okay, not incorrect, not incorrect. Incorrect. The guy was having affairs with the Wazoo. That's plenty of reason for a motive. Mm. Mm. Agrees mean I've done it before. Mm. Mm. She didn't meet them after the accident, so she's not related to that, which means this isn't related to this. This is the closest thing that's related to that so far. Can't do that. Need to solve something here to just trigger. Indeed. No, maybe no. This doesn't work for anything. This is the most important thing. Color blindness, maybe? Oh, hold on. Maybe I can pronounce it color blindness. There we go. Hey, Sophie, the sentence right here is not completely true. What do you mean? Remember what we learned today? Jules was in the control room and she was possibly also colorblind. It's not possible that she was the one who switched the power on. If that was the case, then Calvin wasn't responsible at all. But that's true, that would still make it an accident. It's not like she would have killed her husband intentionally. But the report makes no mention of it. She's not even in the report. The only way we found out is because our own investigation. It's not public information. Sounds like we're finished here. Let's compile the report and discuss it with Red. Alright, I think we can close out this report now. Did you two learn anything? It seems the lieutenant's investigation wasn't as flawless as he thought. While he's probably right about it being an accident to keep pinning the blame on the wrong person. Jules Watson was there that day in the control room, and given that the accident revolved around confusing red and green lights, it's safe to assume Jules was colorblind like her son Raiden. That's a safe conclusion to draw. If we're right, that also means Jules was likely the true one responsible for her husband's death. Wait. Oh, my mouth is moving again. Wait. If she's colorblind, not green, but not red either. This is solvable because okay. I think we'll need to investigate further before we can say anything definitive. Thank you for your help, Detective Hunt. Still insist on calling me that, huh? You don't call Sophie by her title. Well, that's because Sophie and I are... Yeah, what exactly are you two? That's the biggest mystery right now. We better get going. I wish the two of you luck with the rest of your investigation. I'll just finish things up here. Okay. Go to the crime scene. Fine, we'll do this later then. I think I've not solved, but I think I have a better idea about this case. The only place we can go. Literally the only place we can go. I'm not reading that. I'm not saying that. Nix, return. Apologies, Nix likes to greet visitors. Wait, Officer Swift? I never thought I'd see you here again. Huh? Sophie, you know this person? Yeah, we go way back. It's a long story. Dusty, this is Miriam Corbin. Miriam, this is Justina Smith. Justina Smith? Oh, right, I've heard of you. She talks about you quite a bit. She does? Wait, how do you know Miss Earl? I know her through her brother, Gray Earl. He's one of my colleagues here. Oh, Miriam. I've been promoted to detective now. So now it's Detective Swift. Pretty impressive, huh? Well, let's just hope you don't turn out jaded like that other one. Ah, I better introduce you to my friend. Nix. This here is my companion. You have a pet crow? She's a raven, not a crow. Everyone gets confused because she's so small. That's okay, Mommy loves you just the way you are, Nixie. Don't be shy, come over and say hi to her. She's quite friendly. Well, unless she thinks you are prey. Nice birdie. Hey, her feathers are silky smooth. Yes, she's very proud of her feathers, aren't you, Nixie? Oh, but where are my manners? I'm sure you two had some other reasons for visiting than to talk about birds. How can I help? We're investigating the death of Jules Watson. We think she might have been a client of yours. Watson? Yes, that name is familiar. Let me check my records. Here we are. Yes, I did provide Mrs. Watson with consultation. What does she consult you on exactly? Mrs. Watson came to me to help drawing up a will. It's one of the services we provide here. Of course, a will. How suspicious. Hang on. Yep. Do you happen to have a copy of the will? I'm afraid I don't, but I do recall the basic details. Let me tell you what I remember. As I recall, Jules had a previous will in place when she came to me. She wanted to have it that will vote and a new one drawn up. All her assets would be auctioned and the proceeds given to local charities. Her son, Raiden, was the executor. However, Jules was a private woman. She was insistent that there would be only one copy made. Thanks a lot, William. Do you mind if we ask you a few questions? Ask away. I'm happy to help an old friend however I can. Here's about your bird, Nix. Isn't it unusual to keep a raven as a pet? Nix is not a pet. She is my companion. Do not trap her in some cage. She's free to fly wherever her wings will take her. She just chooses to be by my side. Right, Nixie? How long have you been companions? We've been together for over a decade at this point. I rescued Nix from an exotic pet store. To think such a lovely creature was trapped alone in a cage. But Nix is much happier now. She has an entire room to herself, with all the amenities a raven could want. A will's complicated enough to need... Damn it. I hate when I accidentally do that. A will's complicated enough to need a lawyer? I thought it was just a thing you wrote yourself. Well, you certainly can do it that way, but there's a lot of issues with that. There are wills surrounding the inheritance, and wills can be challenged in court. Our job is to make sure the will is legally sound and written in a way that's clear. After all, poor wording can make the will be misinterpreted or struck down in court. It's a legal document like any other. Interesting. I never really thought about it that way. That's not what she said, but I'm just paraphrasing. You're a silver attorney, right? What exactly do you do? My job is to work specifically with estates, big and small. This includes wills, trusts, power of attorney, and anything in between. Much like a detective here, my job revolves around death. That's not something I want to think about. I couldn't tell with how you were dressed and how the skull and how all this crow / raven stuff's going on. It's not so bad. Death is a part of life like any other. Why give it any less consideration? After all, when a family member dies, it's good to have someone you can rely on. Can't you rely on family and friends? But when money is involved, can you really trust that you have your best interests in mind? I would hope so. Then you better pray that you never have a tragic family death. Okay. Let's investigate on you first. Why do birds fly? That's like some line from a movie. Ha! Interesting. You're dating my boss's brother? That sounds like an opening to a light novel. A title to a light novel, except very short. Co-workers in law. I like your design. They got really cool design. Bella, what the fuck? Alright, now we're done with our fun time, back to our serious time. That's not the one that we have. There we go. Wait a second, that's a completely different to what we know about her will. Kelvin claims to have her will. Under that one, he's to serve as her executor and her assets were to be distributed equally to her children. Yes, I believe those were the stipulations of her old will. However, as I said, Mrs. Watson wanted that will revoked. But if the new will were destroyed, is something wrong? Under the laws of Azure City, a will is considered to have been revoked in the case of its destruction. With that in mind, the court is likely to favor the last will the victim had in place. That being the will that her son, Kelvin, possesses. So basically, none of the Watsons were going to inherit anything, but conveniently that new will gets destroyed and suddenly they all stand to benefit. That can't be a coincidence. You said there was only one copy of the will made, right? That's correct. Mrs. Watson was insistent on that fact. Dusty, do you know what that means? Huh? What? Let's think for a second. Where would that will have likely been stored? In the safe! The safe in her bedroom, right? Exactly, and given the safe was opened, that means a culprit likely knew about the will and was trying to destroy it. That means the victim had to have been told one of the Watsons about the new will. Whoever she told is lying to us, and that's who likely started the fire. That's true, but how could we figure that out? All three of them stand to benefit, after all. Well, we know which one is the executor of her will. Maybe she would start by asking, why did the victim have her will changed at all? Miriam, do you remember when the victim had the new will made? I believe it was 1 month ago. Oh, hold on. Wasn't that 1 month ago? No, that was last night. That's right. No, that's back. Oh, it was a present, so it didn't happen last week ago. No, 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 no. Was it gambling? No, it wasn't gambling. A month ago, right? I'm gonna put something wrong, and then we'll go from there. Freaking name is in it. What did I do? Wait, your name is in it. Oh, I see. Like, I'll go. We on it. Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. I don't know. What did you do? What didn't you do? Well, you had a gambling problem. But... the break-in wasn't a month ago. Was it? Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, I'll give him an ultimatum on the math about a month ago. There we go. There's one event that comes to mind. Remember what Ferris said? The victim hated Kelvin's relationship with Amber, and she planned to give him an ultimatum on it. That was a month ago, and since we know Kelvin didn't agree, she must have decided to cut him out of his inheritance. Why would the victim have done that? After all, the new will cuts out all of the Watsons. If she only wanted to target Kelvin, why punish the other two? Actually, I think I know why she didn't want them to inherit anything either. Here's the victims in order to cut out some of the other sons. Remember what we learned about Raiden? He has an addiction to gambling, and that caused him to drop out of college. Not only that, but I remember that the victim didn't approve of his choice of college to begin with. If we combine those two, it's possible she would have wanted to disinherit him over it. What about Donner? Remember what the other two told us? Jules never really considered him her son. He was a product of an affair, after all. With that in mind, the victim had the reason to remove all three of them from her will. That seems really cruel. She wasn't a good person. I mean, I know she was strict on her children and all, but she seemed to get along well enough with all of them. Besides, they were all in her will to begin with. Why does she suddenly lose patience with all of them? No. The accident, which would be there. Remember what we learned about the KW10 case, the one where her husband died? From our evidence, it looks like Jules may have been the one responsible. If that were the case, I can't imagine the grief she must have suffered. That kind of thing would cause anyone to snap. And do you remember what Ferris said to us? Oh my god, she wouldn't have. Unfortunately, after her... Oh... After her husband died, the victim became noticeably colder to people. In particular, it sounds like she became much stricter with her children. Do you think that made her less forgiving of the issues? Yes, and her ultimatum with Kelvin last month was likely the breaking point. I don't, honestly. Kelvin. Not Donner, not Waden. It had to be Kelvin. Waden, I feel like, yeah, he could lose his money, but I feel like it's not too much to do that. He was the executive for New Well, but Kelvin. And now the final piece of the puzzle falls. There's only one Watson who possesses the means, the opportunity, and the motive to commit this crime. Waden was committing the break-in at the moment of the fire that rules him out as a suspect. Similarly, Donner claims to have been at his apartment during that time. The only one without a solid alibi is Kelvin. While the victim had a motive to disinherit all three, there seems to be only one person she confronted directly, Kelvin. That means Kelvin likely knew he was disinherited. Since the other two never brought it up, it's likely they never knew. He would have also known that his will would come into effect if the new one was destroyed. Plus, he's the one who took the fall for a KW10. He knew his mother was involved since he told Raiden. And these points might be minor on their own, but when you combine them all together, I think you're right. Good thinking, Justy. Hate to interrupt, but shouldn't you two be having this discussion elsewhere? Oops. Oopsies. Sorry about that. We didn't mean to talk about this case in front of you. Don't be silly. I don't mind at all. This was the most fun I've had all day. Isn't that right, Nixie? We better get going. Thanks for your help, Miriam. Don't mention it. Oh, before you go, here's my card. If either of you find yourself in need of an attorney, my door is always open. Detective work is busy business, after all. Couldn't hurt to have a will on hand. I'll keep that in mind. Sophie, can you call Detective Feynman? We need Kelvin brought into the station. Sure thing. Let's give him a ring. Detective Feynman speaking. Hey, Patches, do you happen to know where Kelvin is? Actually, I just saw him. He's downstairs in the kitchen in the state. What's up? Would you be so kind as to place him under arrest? We like him brought in for questioning. Arrest? What for? For the murder of Jules Watson. You found the culprit? Amazing. Don't worry, I'll have him there and ready as soon as you get back. What about the safe? Come on, Justy, time for us to head back to the station. And once we get there, it's going to be an uphill battle. Yippee! Just save this in case. There you go. Yippee! Detective Swish, Justine, welcome back. As promised, you're suspect. What's the meaning of this? Kelvin, you're a primary suspect in this case, and I've been brought in for questioning. Me? As a primary suspect? Oh my god, you're doing the glass-tinted thing. Oh my god, you're guilty as hell. Bro! What kind of harebrained detective work have you done? The kind that will prove you guilty of murder? Guilty, huh? I expected something like this would happen. That's why I'm prepared. What do you mean? You detectives don't know when to give up, do you? We'll be prepared a better case this time. Our case is great. We have solid evidence that Kelvin is responsible. Ha! Your words lack conviction. Merely a showing of teeth. As before, I would need time with my client. Right away. There's no going back, it seems. Detectives, hold up! Donner? What are you doing here? I was getting off work when I heard Kelvin was arrested. I watched here as soon as I could. Is it true? Kelvin really is... You have to wait and see. No matter what, we will find the truth in there. You're free to watch from the viewing room. No. No? I'm going in there. I don't care if I can help, but he won't go at it alone. Detectives, please allow me... I demand to come in as a character witness. If you want to join, I'll allow it. See you two inside. Alright, kids got gumption. I was sure they pulled some shit about Donna being it, because it's like, you know, the one you least suspect. And he's got the least amount of development out of this whole entire case. We know Raiden's whole fucking deal. So this leaves Kelvin and Donner. And Kelvin, I feel like we have enough of an understanding of him. There's something about... we'll see. This though that just something's up. Are you sure it's safe to allow him to be a character witness? Not at all. But we need all the information we can get, so I think it's worth the risk. It's something Wolfhard can't plan around, and we can use that to our advantage. Can't argue with logic like that. Speaking of logic, what's our plan? I see 3 things we need. The first is figuring out how he observed overdose Jules. The second is figuring out how he got inside the room. The third is proof of starting the fire. If we can't get all 3, then this case is as good as over. Wolfhard isn't going to make this easy. Then we better do our best. No holding back. My hand, hold on, give me a second. My hand is fucking hurting. I almost got carpal tunnel from using my mouse for so long today. Especially in, cracking my knuckles and everything, which is supposed to be actually not good. You're not supposed to crack your knuckles. Alrighty. Well, I haven't felt the sensation like this in my hands in a while. I may switch hands. This is gonna be annoying. Let me use my left hand for a little bit for the mouse, because it doesn't really matter in terms of stuff. I can still talk and everything. Kelvin Watson, we have reason to believe you were directly involved in the death of your murderer, Jules Watson. In your own words, did you start the fire in Jules Watson's bedroom? Of course not. This whole thing is a big waste of time. And how is this any different from yesterday, Detective? I recall you saying something similar to my client's brother. In case you forgot, you dismissed him as the culprit by the time we finished. Yeah, we did, but we also got evidence, and just because we're wrong about one person doesn't mean we're wrong about another person. We admit Raiden was the culprit, but now the truth is within our grasp. Kelvin was involved in this case beyond just being the victim's son. There's more confidence in your voice. This will be fun. By all means, make the first move. The reason we brought him in is because we had a trip to the Graves & Sons law firm. There we learned that Jules Watson was intended to change the will. The new will would auction all her assets and the proceeds would be given to local charities rather than be given to all her children. Excuse me. And if the new will was destroyed, the old will will remain valid. Kelvin, were you aware of these changes to your mother's will? Let me see if the terms of the will. Legally, my client doesn't have to be informed of these changes until after they've been formalized. Instead of asking him, we demand proof. We'd have proof of him knowing. Okay, we're good. Sorry about that. We don't have proof of him knowing about the will change beforehand, but we stand by our theory. Alright, let me just go back to my old hand now, see if maybe it's a little better. There are plenty of ways he could have learned about the new will. We think I would kill my mom over money. It's the oldest cliche in the book. Just because it's an old cliche doesn't mean it's an old cliche that works because it's old and true. Unlike my brother, I don't have any outstanding debt. Your mom was getting older. It might have been impossible to change the will back in your favor if natural causes took over. It would make sense to make sure it's in your favor beforehand. Detective, if I may, I don't think Kelvin knew about this. I didn't even know that destroying the new will would nullify it. How would he know? It's not in information. Anyone can look up the law. The boy is right. You claim he has motive and yet nothing beyond presumption. You utterly lack any hard evidence. If that's all you have against my client, then this meeting is over. That's not all we have to say. Calvin overdosed his mother and we intend to prove it. And how do you intend to prove that? We conclude that the medicine was likely in the bread Jules ate. Since Kelvin is a primary suspect, we believe he was the one who put it in. And when was the medicine baked into the bread? We know from yesterday that Donna and Kelvin made the bread together. A couple of drops of medicine in the bowl and no one would notice. But he didn't do that. I was there the whole time. It's possible that he did it behind your back. Kelvin, did you add medicine to the bread your mother made? Oh please, save yourself the trouble and use common sense. Yeah, really? And what common sense would I need? If I must, I'll explain. Do we still have the flower as evidence? Shit. Shit. My mom's medicine isn't something you can buy over the counter. You need a prescription to get it. Waiting was the only one registered at the pharmacy. Kelvin and I weren't. Exactly. Our mom has a prescription because she's the only one in our family with that condition. Her medicine was under lock and key in her room. I never could have reached it. Come to think of it, did you ever see the medicine? She never liked talking about it. Can you provide any proof of that? A client has no reason to provide any medical information on himself or his family. That is on you to prove. I don't need to justify anything to you detectives. I'll take over. We checked our whole room. We couldn't find any medicine. Where would she keep it? That would be a question for Raiden. He's the only one who goes in there. I don't know where she keeps it. I only know she keeps it in her room. Looking over Pat's notes, he doesn't note any medicine found in Jules' room. The room was on fire, so maybe it might have melted the medicine. It's impossible to know for sure what was in there before it burned away. Fire destroyed so much evidence. Why didn't she? She felt it showed weakness, so she never openly admitted to using medicine unless she had to. I don't think she ever told her friends. I switched off her voices so quickly, damn. We know about it because it was impossible to hide it from us. So no one outside your family would know? If anyone else knew, it wasn't because our mom told them. She would have taken it to her grave if she could. She became furious otherwise. So you couldn't order the medicine on your own? Of course not. Doctors don't give away medicine like it's candy. Pain relief medicine is regulated because the strongest types can create addiction. And don't people know it. Medicine should only be handed out to those who need it. What about getting it for Jules? Could he have gotten some from the pharmacy for his mom? Thing is, Calvin and I couldn't do that. Have you two ever picked up the medicine for your mom? I never did. She wouldn't allow me to, even if I could. What about you, Calvin? Never. I let Raiden handle all her medical needs, so you can throw out your trivial speculation. Family has a history of this heart condition. Wait, hold on. There we go. Calvin, while we can't ask you for your medical history, we do have Jules' history. According to the medicine, her side of the family carries the same heart condition. That means someone else in her family could have also have the same condition. So, that's just a technicality. Flubbing on lines. If someone else in your family has the same condition, that means they might have the same prescription, right? They could add the medicine to the bread, and since it's the same as the victim's, the police will assume it's from the victim. What does this have to do with my client? That there is only one clear possibility. Oh, that would be neat. Calvin has the same heart condition as her. Raiden has the same color blindness as her. The Calvin has the same condition as his mom. He put his own medicine in the bread he was making with Donner. And what proof do you have of my client having such a condition? Did he give you access to his medical records? We do have Jules' medical records, so we know for a fact they can be passed down. All we have to do is all we need is a warrant, and we can confirm he has it. And if it matches, then we have reason to suspect him. Calvin, you can save us time and tell us yourself. My client has no reason to tell you anything. If you want that information, you could take your chances with the warrant. Until then, you have nothing to prove it. Sophie, can we get that warrant? Getting a warrant against Calvin might be tricky. There might be a faster way. Donna, do you know if Calvin has the same heart condition as your mom? I have no answer on that matter. You're doing the right thing, Donna. Answering the questions would be foolish. I knew you two were deplorable detectives since we first met. This failure of an interrogation is a hollow pursuit. Enough being charitable. Warrant or not, that's not enough to arrest my client. If Calvin did have the medicine, there still isn't any proof he committed the murder. And what's more, proving he was the one to start the fire is what matters most. Calvin, do you stand by your claim that you didn't enter your mom's room at the night of the murder? Yes, I didn't go inside. And what about you, Donna? Did you enter your mom's room or see anyone enter your mom's room? No, I didn't. Can you testify where you were that night? You would both need an alibi to be cleared. We did go to see our mom, but we didn't go inside her room. And what did you do there? We need every last drop of detail. If I must, but as I said, we didn't go inside her room. To visit our mom, we stayed downstairs the whole time. We remained in the living room talking about the bakery, that's it. Both of us walked out of the house together. We didn't leave each other's side the whole time. Mom only lets us in her room if we need to do something. And lately, she's been more distant than normal. Wouldn't it be strange to only talk about the bakery? And why is that? It has been our goal since the beginning. I understand that, but your dad passed away almost a year before. Wasn't that on your mind the whole time? Watson always stays on topic. We were all taught to not let anything get in the way of a business deal. We didn't talk about it, period. Donna can confirm that. I never saw Calvin go upstairs. And did he have a chance to do so? You're right, Krampus. He can only say what he saw. Asking him to speculate is leading the witness. What about after you two left the house? Were you two together until you got home? Not exactly. I got home before him, but he still showed up before we were told of the fire. How curious. How did that happen? We took different ways home. I was stuck in traffic on the freeway while Donna took the back roads. The only crime I committed was poor judgment. Does this mean you have been invited to her room before? Last week, she asked me to fix a wobble with her bed. Some of the wood broke and we needed a replacement. I convinced her to let me give it a work. So as she was out of the house with Raiden, I came by and fixed it up. So you were the only person in the house that day? I was. Got there after they left and finished before they got back. And you know what? Raiden told me that she wanted to thank me. Thank me of all people. It was the first time she ever had anything nice to say to me. And now it'll be the last time as well. Donna, do you mind adding that to your statement? That I fixed her bed? That was last week, so it's not related to this case. That's okay. As Sophie said, we need every drop of detail. No one. Donna, can you repeat what you just said? Last week, she once asked me to fix a wobble with her bed. Some of the wood broke and needed a replacement. Francis will give it a look. Did she prefer you to fix her bed over replacing it? She wasn't the one to throw out perfectly good furniture if it can be fixed. At least not in her own room. Set this. There we go. At least not in her own room. In the living room, first impressions are everything after all. How is she more distant? Sorry, I spoke out of line. It's fine, Don. I can answer. She didn't speak to me much. I brought her to and from the office, and that's it. Our car rides were silent. In the past, we would talk in the car or listen to the podcast, the rise and fall of various businesses. Is that distant enough for you? I think so. Wait, hold on. How did you fix the bed if both her and people who had the key were gone? Yeah, hold on. Donna, how are you able to get inside your mom's bedroom? Only people who should have the key were your mom and Raiden. But you said that both your mom and Raiden were away from the house the whole day. Wasn't the door locked? My mom only locked the door at night. She didn't lock it during the day. That's why Raiden was given a key. That way he can get inside the room during the night. Hold on. Sophie, were we ever told this? Let me check my notes. Johnny didn't mention it offhandedly once, but that's about it. Do you think it's important? Yes, I do. Think about it. When did our culprit enter the bedroom? This whole time considered the key to be important because it was the only way to enter the bedroom while Jules was asleep. What if Jules only locking her door at night gives us a new way for the culprit to enter? And what would that be? What if the culprit entered the room before Jules left the room at night? The door is unlocked, the culprit enters, and then Jules is asleep. That's when the fire starts. That's the only way that all the facts we know can match with each other. The only way you say, I'm disappointed, young pup. I was hoping something wild. But simple or not, there are 2 jiggies missing from your jigsaw puzzle. The fuck? Jiggies? That's a word? Sounds like a fucking slur or some shit. Like, what the fuck? 2 jiggies? What are they? Entering a room and exiting a room are completely different matters. Let's take it one step at a time. You know without a doubt that the door was locked when the firefighters arrived. I almost read this in my own voice. This means the culprit needed to lock the door before exiting the room. Without a key, there isn't a way to lock it, aka a large room mystery. Bruce's key was found on her body, so that key isn't an option. Maria's key was found on the other side of town, so both keys were not options. What if there's a trick involved? Like some kind of way of putting the key back on her after the culprit left? And how would I do that? Teleport magic? Am I a magician, Maggie Shawn, or am I Kelvin Watson? Hey, you're talking about Maggie Shawn from the previous cases. You're sure there isn't a third key? Another key that could be used? No, there isn't. You're grasping at straws and coming up short. Already checked the keys, there aren't any other copies made. Only have the 2 keys to work with. So far they are working against us. Sophie, does the police report say that? When the fire was put out, they had to break down the door to get in. The lock melted a bit, proving the door was locked at night. Patch's report matches Wolfhardt's claim, which you would know if you read the report. Perhaps next time you can ask one of the clerks here to read it for you. Anything else you want to say? The fire? What if the door locked on its own? Maybe the fire caused the lock to be forced closed. It just so happened to look like the door was locked. Setting aside that fire can't lock a door on its own, I have a counter question. If my client is a criminal mastermind, why would he not make sure the door was locked? Think about it. Everyone knows that she locks her door each night. If it wasn't locked, it would draw attention to the police. Both Raiden and Donna would be suspicious that the door was unlocked. Would you truly leave it to the whims of fate that door gets locked by a fire? I think not. You got to admit, he got you there. And I don't think a fire can magically lock a door. Alright, I can see this point. One was found on her, and one was found later somewhere else. What if she locked it? I mean, yeah, what if she locked it? Wait, hold on. Yeah. A large quantity of medication was found in the victim's system, causing a complete incapacitation within 2 hours of ingestion past the maximum dosage. Do you have any proof of when? Do we have any proof of when she actually took it? Could she have just taken the thing and then? Okay. What if she locked it herself? That's the medicine. I think Hmm. It's not the tea kettle. I legitimately think that she probably locked it herself. Hmm. Okay. We know that's true. Hmm. Okay, they're saying this is an easy answer based on the investigation that we have. It's implying that it's not something that's hard to think about. Wait, what? This means that the culprit needed to lock the door before exiting the room. One. I'm so fast, Wolfheart. There's a way to lock it from the inside. Investigation found that the door was self-locking. Whenever it was closed, it would lock automatically. Yes. Yeah. That's what he said in his statement. Like most doors can be locked or unlocked from the inside without a key. Oh my fucking god. Why did I think about that? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. That was the only thing that made sense, so I picked it, but I didn't know why it worked. Investigation found that the door was self-locking. Whenever it was closed, it would lock automatically. So culprit just needed to get inside, wait for the victim to go to bed, then set the fire and leave. No key needed. What do you have to say about that? Well played, young pup. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Come again? According to your theory, they entered before Jules went to bed, then left after starting the fire. Which leads to the second piece missing. How could they have remained in that room without Jules knowing? I didn't think that far ahead. Oh, that's easy! Jules could have wanted to see him. And in the case you forgot, Detective, we were already at the house. If I popped in her bedroom all of a sudden, she would kick me out. So she believed she'd let me stay in her room all night. He's right, we originally thought the culprit entered when the victim was already asleep. If they entered before she did, we need to rethink our plan. What would it be, young pup? Will you give up your theory or try to talk your way out of this? I'm all ears. I'm sticking by my convictions. This is the only way anyone could have gotten inside. That means there must have been a way the culprit could stay inside without Jules knowing. Very well. It's the missing piece you need to answer. Okay, yeah. There we go. There was one area that Kelvin could have hidden in. Thank you, Tyrion Cuthbert, for reminding me about the fact that you can hide someone in a suit of armor. It's something Jules wouldn't give a second thought about seeing. Inside the suit of armor that's already in Jules' bedroom. A suit of armor? Let me see those notes. I'll concede that my client is within the body range needed to fit in such a suit. But you would need to stand still for who knows how long until Jules sleeps. But it is possible, meaning we know exactly how Kelvin entered the room. All Kelvin would need to do is get inside, hide in the suit, and wait until she sleeps, start the fire, then walk away. And if Raiden was away the whole night, he had all the time in the world to stand in a suit of armor. And how would Kelvin know Raiden wasn't home? The murder plan you proposed wouldn't work if Raiden stayed home. And Raiden really requests a day off. He's right. Kelvin wouldn't have known Raiden was going to be home at time. He tipped him off. He tipped him off about the thing, and that's what made him do the break-in. I certainly didn't know. Sorry, darn it, but Kelvin was the one that convinced Raiden to find out more information about his dad's death. Out with it. How was Kelvin involved with Raiden's crime? I can answer that. Here's how Kelvin got involved in Raiden's break-in. When we went to visit Raiden today, he told us something important. Kelvin told Raiden about Jules was at the plant on the day of their dad's death. Once Raiden knew, all Kelvin had to do was wait until the night Raiden did his break-in. Well, Kelvin, is that enough proof for you? Mom was there? Kelvin, why didn't you tell me? And how would I know the exact day he would do the break-in? Did he mention that at all? Not exactly. You can confirm with Raiden if he told you the break-in day. All it takes is one call to the jail he's staying at. I've heard of kangaroo courts, but this is just nonsense. You think your theories and evidence is proof? I mean, evidence is... whatever. You have nothing. Is there any proof I was the one who started the fire? Fingerprints, blood, anything to tie me to this murder? Can you even prove I was standing in that damn tin can armor? No, nothing, and I refuse to let you drag me and my family through the murder for nothing more than your ego. He's getting pissed. I don't feel comfortable you marrying Ember if you have an anger management issues like this. Like, dude, come on. Go ahead and prove it. When this is... oh! Second phase! When this is over, this police station will rue the day they targeted my family. This interrogation isn't over. You still don't have an alibi for the night of the fire. Where were you at midnight? Ha! I guess it's time for a secret weapon. Dawn, do you still have it? Secret weapon? What are you talking about? I would like to know as well. No one informed me about this. Ooh, and that's gonna be your undoing. We have a picture we took together at midnight. That was around the time the fire happened. Let me see. Looks real, even has the timestamp from when it was taken. As your attorney, I should have been informed of this. Kelvin wanted to keep this to ourselves. That way, if we were to accuse, you would have a way to defend us. I swear, we were together that night. I wouldn't lie about that. Where were you two before the fire happened? It doesn't matter. I was driving home and Dawn got back much sooner than I did. You got your proof, so end this charade. And how does this evidence change anything? Our broken attorney and client trust aside, this evidence changes everything. He couldn't have started the fire if those two were at their apartment at midnight. He wouldn't have been able to start the fire and get back home to take this photo before the police came. That's... We've already went this before. The last case, case 5, had a whole entire thing about taking a picture and having the clock being, like, fucked up or whatever. Or the clock being in the picture or not being in the picture on the ground or whatever. Sophie, there must have been a way to start that fire while he was away. Something that requires him to have been in Jules' room. I agree. Let's take a step back and review the facts. If Kelvin was hiding in the armor before Jules found it, what were his options? If you intend to figure that out, then I suggest you do it on your own time. McClellan has no reason to stay here. You hear that? This little dance is over. So let me leave now. Like the wind blowing on a hot summer's day, I should come in your hour of need. No fucking way! My dear detectives, may I be the knight in shining armor you so dearly need? For I was ridden out here on a noble stallion prepared to fight with all my wit. Hunt! And I fight for all the fair maidens of this Beatrice world, including you two. Raiden, get out of here! This isn't time for antics. Oh, dear brother, you wound me. All I want to do is help. Ergo, I am a Watson, if not for the greater good. It's what our dear mother would have wanted. Of all the people, you expect me to believe you care so much about her? Don't make me laugh. You were siding against me because you loved her more than me? No, I don't. But this isn't just about you or me, her. Amber deserves to be with someone worthy of her, and that person can't be a murderer. Yeah, let's go! Let's go, Raiden! Let's fucking go! I want to make sure you can walk out of here completely guilt-free. Don't use her against me. Dawn and I have always been there for you. Right, Dawn? I'm sorry, Kelvin. She may have hated me, but I never wanted her to die like this. I want a brother who I can trust, and right now I trust Raiden. I came in here because I believed in you, because you all have always been there for me, but now I don't know. I'm staying until I know for sure what happened. You too, Dawn. In that case, I'm staying until I convince these two to walk away as well. When this is over, we will have a family meeting. If my client is staying, I'll be staying as well, even if it's against my better judgment. But that's sorted out, Raiden. How did you get here? I brought him here because this is sorted out more than you. Hey, I brought him here because I need this sorted out more than the two of you. Oh! I thought it was Hunt, it was Miriam. I can't do my job unless I know if Kelvin is the murderer. Raiden here will help sort out this mess out. So please do us all a favor and pick up the pace. Oh, because he's the executive of the will of the new will. He knew about the... She specifically did that thing to like, Raiden has to be the executive of the will, which means that he would be the one in charge of making sure everything gets sorted. And Miriam knew that. So that's why she went to him. Okay. It's been a while, Miriam. Wolfhard, and expect to see you and that mangy mutt of yours here. Ooh, animal and animal fight. Wait, you two know each other? Murder and family estate go hand in hand. The two of us have crossed paths. And his pet tried to eat poor little Nixie. Your Nixie is not threatening Krampus. He was defending himself. How can my baby possibly look threatening? She has the face of an angel. Meanwhile, your mutt has the face of a radio and the voice of a broken down car. Woo! As nice as it was to see you again, this room isn't big enough for all of us. Nyx needs to spread her wings, so we will wait outside. Good luck, detectives. Save me the headache and settle this soon. Okay. Raiden, did you happen to hear everything we talked about until now? Every single word for the last few minutes. Hiding in a suit of armor is quite the story. But the wheels of justice don't turn without the fuel of evidence. Then do you mind answering a few questions for us? First, does Kelvin have the same heart condition as your mother? Raiden, don't you dare! It's true. I've been lucky enough to not need any medicine at all. Kelvin has had it his whole life. Thank you, Raiden. We do have a few more questions. I have all the time in the world. So please, finish our limited time together. For after I'm finished here, my wonderfully cold jail cell waits me. What about the break-in? Did you tell Kelvin the day you were going to go? Kelvin, did you truly use our dad's death just to get me out of the house that night? I thought you wanted the truth just as much as I did. I thought that's why you helped me with the break-in. Even when I confessed, I never ratted you out. I was going to take the blame for both of us. But I was nothing more than a pawn in your game. You found out the truth that night. Isn't that what you wanted? I did, but it seems you already knew. You knew what? The day of our dad's death, it was an accident caused by our mom. What? How? Why? Kelvin, why do you know? Because I was there that day. Our mom wanted to keep it a secret. If I told anyone, I wouldn't be a Watson anymore. But none of that matters now. And if I did know the day of the break-in, it doesn't prove anything. Your break-in and our mother's death are not connected. It's just bad timing. For your sake, I hope you're right. Since you're mom's caretaker, can you tell us what you do at night before bed? Anything at all will be helpful. Of course. Come and listen to our story of how our mother would spend her final hours. So spare. Alrighty. Cracks Knuckles gets prepared. We got a couple more of these, I bet you. Our dear Ma would have her tea every night before bed. I collect her kettle once she's done using it. And once I was asleep, I would leave her alone until morning. Given her late age, she would always wake up early. Governor would always show up first thing in the morning to take her to the office. Kettle. What do you mean by collecting the kettle? When she's finished drinking from it, she would leave it outside her door for me to clean out and prepare. Sometimes I would bring it downstairs before bed, and sometimes I would wait until the morning. Why would she do that? Carrying the teapot up and down the stairs was getting harder for her. It was easier for me to do the heavy lifting. But why would she carry it upstairs and not downstairs? She didn't let anyone touch her tea, so she carried it upstairs even when it was hard for her. She had a son who was willing to help her, but instead she was too stubborn. She was only stubborn with the tea. When it came down to chores, she was more open. Waiting, can you add what you told us to your statement? Can do, as I was saying. Okay. Raiden, are you sure she always puts her finished kettle outside of her room? Without a doubt. While my eyes do not see the beauty in her color, I always ensure they find, we don't have time for you to sound like a pretentious book. What I'm trying to say is the kettle was found near the heater, not outside. Now, why would that be? Why are you asking them? Tell us what you think the reason is. Fine, I'll tell you why. There's no reason for us to believe that she would forget to put the kettle outside, so we must conclude that it was outside of her room before she went to bed. That means that only one person moved the kettle near the heater. Our culprit. Oh, really? And why would someone who lit a fire need a kettle filled with tea? That's what I want to know, but they clearly must have needed it. Raiden, did your mom always finish the tea? Usually not. I would toss out the rest. Once tea gets cold, it's nothing more than backwater, as you would say. Yeah, that's kind of true, unless you have, like, iced tea. In that case, I think I know where the rest of the tea went. Dusty, show them the evidence. Here's what happened to the leftover tea. The bed. We know that the bed had tea stains on it, so that means the tea was there. But it couldn't have been simply a spill with stains that big. And if the kettle broke with tea in it, why was it on the bed? I think the answer is simple. Someone needed to empty it. They poured it on the bed to empty it out. Pour it on the shelves, and the sheets. And why do that? Why wouldn't they just pour it on the... Ain't no way. Why would they pour it on the... Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Several burn marks were spread across the victim's body. No signs of... Ain't no way. Oh no. Why would they pour it on the floor? Sheets would normally burn faster than the floor. The fire would burn away the sheets quickly. Patches mentioned something interesting. The high quality of the bed sheets kept it from burning as fast as the normal bed sheets. So it didn't go as planned. You still don't have anything to back it up. This whole thing is pointless. You can't use a kettle to light a fire. I'm not saying the kettle was on fire, but saying it was used to start the fire. How does that help him? There's no reason to use a kettle when a match is perfectly fine. Darn is right. How would it help me commit a murder? The time. Go to pour the tea. All that would be left is an empty kettle. You can't start a fire with just a kettle. It's not even flammable. All I needed is to start a fire as a match. In case you forgot, this kettle would have been used to start a fire after I had already left. Mom must have forgotten to put it outside. There's no other answer. Okay, thank goodness. I thought that was something that he put... Okay, I was saying no way because I was like, there's no way. I thought he, like, purposely just, like, put the tea on her. Like, poured hot-ass tea on her while she was unconscious. And I was like, that's some heinous shit right there. But it's not that. Come on. Pop this bad boy up. Is it? And how do you know that? Must have spelled everything for you? Tea is made of liquid and dried leaves. There's nothing else to it. Does that make sense? Or should I enroll you in tea making 101? As if. At least I don't need to take a manners class like you. Detective, I request you refrain from insulting my client. Yeah, he started it. He really did start it. What about just using the heater? Good with some kind of kindling. Maybe the kettle was used to store kindling. Why would he do that? Could he not just start the fire outside of the kettle? You make a good point. I request you drop this theory before you say something worse. It's got a bunch of beeswax in it. Is honey flammable? Okay. Guess not. I guess not. You know that the fire started from the heater. Why would you use a match? My client was just pointing out that there are easier ways to start a fire. He wouldn't start a fire with a kettle when he could use a match instead. The fire doesn't have to start all at once. Maybe it took a while for the fire to get strong enough to light the room on fire. How or why would the fire do that? Did my client ask the fire to calmly wait until he left the room? It wouldn't hurt to ask. One way to delay the fire. I want dispute the beeswax. There we go. That isn't completely true. The kettle had more than just tea. It had honeycomb in it. A lot of honeycomb. If it was empty, why would there be honeycomb? Let me see the police report. I'll admit this is a lot of honeycomb, but we're not here to judge one's taste in food. What does honeycomb have to do with a fire? If the kettle was empty, why was honeycomb inside of it? Speaking of which, Raiden, did your mom ever drink tea with honey, or add honeycomb to a kettle? Not at all. If you check the kitchen, you won't find the stuff. But Wolfhard makes a good point. Why is it a problem? We should start from the beginning. When was the honeycomb added? Let me think. The only option would be right before the fire. The culprit must have added it after Jules was already asleep. So rather than adding the honeycomb to the tea, the honeycomb was added to the empty kettle. Honeycomb isn't gasoline. You can't start a fire with it. You're right, you can't start a fire with it, but you have evidence showing what we have evidence showing what was used for the fire. Here's what started the fire. Heater, right? We know for a fact that the fire was caused by paper near the heater. So the honeycomb couldn't be used to start the fire, it was used for something else. Then go ahead, tell us what it could be used for. The answer is simple. Covenant was with Donner and that apartment when the fire started. So the fire couldn't start until he had an alibi. That is what the honeycomb was used for, to delay the fire. Oh really? How does that work? You can't possibly prove how... Uh-oh. Donner, is there something on your mind? I might know. Don, don't say anything! But it might... You got to trust me. These cops want to break apart our family. If you want to help, stay quiet. Sorry, Kelvin, but I won't. Amber took the time out of her day to help me. She's like the sister I never knew I wanted. And Raiden is right, she deserves to be with only the best. I'm going to say my piece and make sure you prove me wrong. Detectives, I have an idea about the honeycomb. Rooms are yours. Super Home Improvement Store has a candle section. I really like the smell of candles, so I always check out the new shipments. I know for a fact we got new candles made of beeswax. They smell just like honey. Can honeycomb be used the same way? Sophie, do you know if honeycomb can be used? It's not uncommon. It's not common, but it can be used. If a candle made of honeycomb was used, I think I know what happened. First, the kettle was broken. Then the candle was placed on dry paper. So, when the candle finished melting, the lights up the paper to trigger the fire, aka a timed fire. A culprit would be able to leave the crime scene safely before the fire started, meaning Kelvin's alibi wouldn't work. A candle? And what was the kettle for? It was part of the trick. Using normal wax candles would make it clear a candle was involved, but by using honey found in a tea kettle, it would seem like Jules just had a lot of honey in her tea. This is why I didn't want you to say anything, Dawn. They would say anything to pin the blame on me. It was just an idea. I don't want it to be truth. You can do pretty good, Dawn. The soul of creativity comes from expressing your mind and heart. Ignoring your annoying expression, this is exactly why I stayed. Because there is still no reason to tie me to her death. My client is right. Your theory is amusing, but it doesn't answer the main question. Why could it only be him and no one else? Everything you mentioned is certainly possible, yet it's possible for anyone. Anyone could sneak into the bedroom and hide in the armor. A honeycomb candle can be lit by anyone. Every murderer would want to create an alibi. My client could only stay here if he is the only one who could have done it. There's one piece of evidence we haven't looked into yet. The safe. Kelvin, there's one aspect of this case that has so far been unanswered. The safe inside the bedroom has been open since the start of the case. Why is that? Yet the fireman reports that Jules Watson was the only person with access to the safe. It would mean that she was the only person who to have opened it. Bringing that up now is trivial. That doesn't make sense. Why would she leave it open all night? Someone opened that safe. They wanted the fire to turn everything inside to ash. I suspect that includes the new well. So we suspect that Jules wasn't the one who opened the safe. It was a culprit, which means we believe our suspect opened it. That's your game, huh? Can't prove that started the fire so you could open the safe. Then you're even more foolish than I thought. Go ahead, tell me how I know the code. You're saying you don't know the code? My client has no need to answer. It's on you two to prove he knows it. Raiden, Donna, do you two know the code for the safe? She never told me. Said I only need to open it when the time comes. I wasn't even told that. Only when the time comes. Got an idea what that could mean, Justy? The code found in the safe was found behind the mirror. As long as Kelvin was able to find it, he could open the safe. Do you have a picture of the safe? Here's how it looks. It would seem the code doesn't work given the colors of the safe. How do you expect my client to open the safe with this password if you can't do it yourself? I declare that this widow is worthless and that my client would never open the safe. Think all you want, detectives. You already lost. Now let me leave and just accept that none of us Watsons are murderers. You're colorblind. Okay. There you go. You're colorblind. Are you sure the code wouldn't make any sense to anyone? The moment they talked about it being colorblind and they told about the safe being different colors, yeah, I was like, whoever opened that shit's gotta be fucking colorblind. Are you sure this code wouldn't make sense to anyone? What are you getting at? We know that both Jules and Raiden are colorblind. If I had to take a guess, that would include you as well, Kelvin. What if that was the trick behind solving this riddle? Going for the kill, huh? I'll play along. What's the code to the safe? Open it as if you were following the instructions. Then I will. I'll put my money where my mouth is. Here's the code combo. 1. Top row, not green. Not red either. Yellow. Top, middle, yellow. Second row, middle row, red. Green. Middle left, green. Bottom row, different from 1 and 2. So about different from 1 and 2. So different from this and 2. So it can't be red and it can't be green. Hold on. Oh, it was yellow, wasn't it? Yellow, green, so blue. Bottom right, blue. Left column, not red. So yellow. Bottom left, yellow. Middle column, same as 2. Same as 2. 2 was green. So red. Bottom middle, red. Right column, 4 identical. 4 identical? That'll be all greens. Top right, green. Here's the safe code. Is she right? Just told Patterson and confirmed it himself. Gotcha. And there you have it. The code list provided is perfectly useful as long as you are colorblind. That's a really fucking good. You can't play this game if you're colorblind, I think, but other than that, this is a really good fucking puzzle. Holy shit. I'll give you that's a good puzzle. That's a good puzzle. Whoever made that puzzle, congrats. That's a good puzzle. You got the code by using Kelvin's colorblindness to its advantage, which consider that the code falls into place. And that's why she told Raiden, hey, you can open this up because you can do it because you're colorblind. And I can do it because I'm colorblind. And Kelvin can do it because he's colorblind. Once you consider that, the code falls into place. But it doesn't explain why the safe code was created that way. Why make it so that it was colorblind? She was colorblind, and so were the only 2 sons she appreciated. Ouch. It makes sense to me. It was a way to make sure she could write down the password without anyone else being able to use it. And I doubt she would think her own colorblind son would use that against her. Why are you trying to blame me for all this? Why must I be the one who suffers? If you just didn't butt in, everything would be fine. But you all just making this harder for my family. Kelvin, it's our job to find out if Jules was murdered, and we are more than certain you did murder her. Why did you do it? Why did you kill your own mom? Damn you. Damn you all. Crash out. Crash out time. What just happened? Looks like all the static blew out the lights. Wolfhard, are you okay? Don't worry about me. I've seen worse in my day. How? Grampus is fine as well. Since it's pitch black in here, we should go outside and finish this up. I guess it's true. You really did do it. Kelvin, why? You were always her favorite. Yeah, being her favorite? What did it amount to? Work? Yep, I worked so hard to be the perfect son. I did my best to make her proud. And all I wanted was for her to accept my choice for a partner. And yet, that wasn't enough. Why did you kill her? Maybe Mom would have changed her mom. Because I love Amber, and our mom could never accept it. All of Amber's resolve and vigor meant nothing if she wasn't wealthy. She saw it as nothing more than a financial burden, and that's why she forbade me from marrying her. Yep. And when I wouldn't bend the knee to my choice of partner, she cut me out of everything I was owed. And if everything I did was for naught, why should I live under her rule? To have a future with Amber, it was the only way. Is that why you chose the anniversary of your dad's death? Indeed, it was poetic, really. I'd opened the safe to get whatever money I could. Any cash I could take would be useful in helping Amber. And there, a copy of her updated will. That will burned a hole in my heart. I thought it was too late. In my head, I was never going to get the money, even if she died. But at that point, it wasn't about money. I wanted revenge. kept the safe empty so it would be impossible to tell if someone opened it. At least it would be until you detectives decided to get involved. Still, at least I got what I wanted. Kelvin, is this what Dad would have wanted? Is this really what you wanted? Of course it was! To blame me for our dad's death. Me! I used to think she raised us with discipline, a harsh but fair mother. I was a fool to see it as anything cruel. I'm proud to have removed that blight from this world. I don't think so. Not fully. Her death, it weighed on you, because when you talked about her, it reminded me of when we all lost Dad. The rest had nothing but sadness, the same sadness I had as well. Detectives, I've already confessed. Please, take me away. Not yet. This conversation isn't over. Not until we finally understand. Where's the brother who was a beacon of kindness, the one who made sure Donna was family? Where's the brother who made sure Mom treated us all fairly? Where is he? Because the man I see before me isn't him. You know where. You just don't want to admit it. Damn. May I have a moment, young pup? Me? Did I do something wrong? Tell me, why are you playing detective? You're a clerk, correct? Yes, I am. As for why, I only became a clerk here by chance. And the more I work here, the more I want to do. And if I want to bring justice to the city, I'll do it. I see. Tell me, how much justice can you bring when you're forced to do paperwork most of the time? Why not go for a badge like the other detectives? I don't know. I only just got this job. I'm still figuring things out. Then allow me to give you some advice. The system you work for has only just taken notice of you, and one day that system will make you pick a side. You best prepare yourself for that day. Hold on, what side? What do you mean? Only with experience will you find out. It's a rite of passage for anyone who works in the criminal justice system. For now, it looks like my client will need more extensive services. Thanks to you, of course. I must be off now. We'll be meeting again, young pup. I was wanting justice, not the best side. Ooh. I wonder why. Oh, Justy, where are you? There you are. Once again, the hug. How am I supposed to celebrate without giving you a hug? You okay? Look, you've seen a ghost. We were talking with Wolfhard? He didn't talk down to you, did he? Oh no, he was just telling me he's going to keep representing Kelvin. Where's everyone else? Miriam left as soon as the case was solved to get the proper paperwork for Raiden. With Kelvin properly arrested, looks like Raiden will be the executor. As for the brothers, looks like they have a lot to say to each other. They're also allowing Kelvin to speak to Amber. Can't imagine how she will react. I wouldn't want to be in Amber's shoes. Nor would I. But Kelvin is the one who should feel ashamed, not us. I know, but I can't help feel like we did more harm than good. Like we served justice for one murder, but not to the whole family. I suppose we can't fix everything. We can shine light on the truth before we let the courts handle it. What happens next to the Watsons is beyond our control. If you ask me, I think we need to get out of them and celebrate. The We Detectives and Justy just solved one of the city's biggest cases. I think our detective club needs to celebrate. You're right. We should go get some food. Once you finish our paperwork for this case. If I walked away now, Miss Earl would kill me. That's it? That's the end of case 6? This was supposed to be the final case of paper perjury? I want more. God damn it. Fuck. I feel like they're definitely setting up stuff. They're introducing Miriam. They're introducing the new detective guy, the arson guy. You know, they're introducing Wolfhard as someone who is not what's her name? Shit. Eubank Ferris. As not Ferris as someone to go up against as an antagonist, because he's fucking capable as hell, just like how she is. to be our antagonist. They haven't. Oh, that's true. They have enough to do a sequel. Especially since we started off this one thing of her being like, what side is she going to be on? Please, Raiden, you're doing more for me than you should. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. And that's everything. Just sign on the dotted line. There you go, one autograph of the world's finest lawyer. Far be it for me to question my client, but are you certain you want to do this? Now that you signed this document, you're bound by it for life. I'm sure. Thank you for all your help. But you know, there's a lovely coffee shop near here. Save your thanks for next year. That should give you enough time to decide if you regret it. Congrats on your newfound wealth, Amber. But why a quarter? Even 55% would have been more than enough to set my, store up. Because you are family to us. At least more family than we could ever ask for. I'm more concerned for you, Raiden. Did you really have to add that clause to your inheritance? I only need enough money to pay off my debt and pay you back for paying my bill. I could wait a year before getting the rest. If I can't go gambling free until a year from now, I don't deserve my quarter. Good on you, man! Good on you! And now that you have your quarter, you can do whatever you can do anything you want. I could, but I'm going to help Amber with her store. I'd rather not spend most of it. That's why I've been staying in my apartment for the time being. Do you think Kelvin will be okay? It doesn't matter what we think. His future is in the hands of the legal system. At least with this quarter, he can cover his legal expenses. But I understand this case has been hard for all of you. My next client requires an on-site visit. So, you all must go. Now. We'll be leaving now. Thank you for your time. If you need anything, you know where to find me. Raiden, are you ready to face Mom? Raiden? Yes? Oh, right. We have to say our goodbyes. Thank you for planting Mom's tree. It's fine. We know you need some time for yourself. We planted it next to Dad's tree. Let's head over there now. That's what they said, but it's okay. Thank you, Don. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go say our goodbyes. There's a lot of paraphrasing when I read stuff. There you are, Raiden. Are you ready? Almost. I think I want to soak in the fresh air first. Sure, you can start when you're ready. It's interesting to introduce this whole entire death custom right at the end of your game, but okay. Oh, and you know, fuck the what's her name, Jules is rolling over in her grave. So, are we all planning to ignore the missing brother? I'd prefer that. It's still fresh for me. Never in a million years did I think he would. I think Amber's right. We hear from Mom, so we should focus on her. We can talk about Kelvin afterwards. But doesn't it feel wrong, like something is missing? Okay, we can save this talk for another time. You two are set for life. Go see the world! Why stay in Astro City forever? We worked too hard to get the bakery up and running. The world can wait. You can always use another pair of hands. Come work with us. I promise to pay you well. 2 whole weeks of vacation a year. Thanks, but I'll pass. I think I'll finally take some time to myself. Write a few stories and see where that goes. Aim for the best-selling label before I crash and burn. I'll come by the shop often, maybe even buy some bread if I find the cash for some. If you need ideas, why not a murder mystery? I hear everyone loves those. Writing a murder mystery sounds hard. Are you sure that's a good idea for his first book? Plenty of people started their writing career with murder mysteries. Baden even has some real-world experience now. Nah, not my cup of tea. Murder mysteries follow the same pattern after you've read enough of them. Yeah, sure. Where's the action? Where's the romance? I want to write something spicy. Whatever you decide, it'll be great. I'll let you two read the first draft. If he doesn't leave your jaw hanging off your mouth, I'll start over. I might ask, how did you get Wolfhard as your attorney? The Watson family has a Huntsman and Krampus law office on retainer. That was so long ago that I forgot until yesterday. Put Krampus' name in the title? Guess it's not illegal to do that. But I wanted to make sure his kids had legal help if the need arose. So anyone with enough money could hire him? It must be expensive. Most of Wolfhard's work is taking on pro bono cases for the city. The Shore City Public Defender's Office usually keeps him busy, often handling the cases they know that pique his interest. But a lawyer can't live on pro bono alone, so he has a private practice to help fund the pro bono work. I didn't know a lawyer could do both. Nor did I. How do you know, Don? I asked him about it. He seemed pretty open about his career, if you ask. Of all the defense attorneys I met, he's certainly the best one. How many defense attorneys do you know? Just him. Doesn't that make him the worst one as well? If Krampus isn't the title of the law firm, he should count. But I say Krampus is better. I was able to give him a treat for being a good boy. I'm surprised that your mom went into half a grave next to your dad's. What do you mean? Wait, Watson cheated on Jules, right? Yeah, darn it with someone besides her. Why would she take him back after all that? I wish I knew the way he treated Mom. I should hate his guts. And yet, even as a cheater, I couldn't forget all the good memories we had together. So in the end, I promised myself that I would be better. I would never repeat the same mistakes he made. I guess if he was a stranger, I would never forgive him. But he wasn't. He was my dad. The one who would play tag with me. The one who would make sure Mom never scolded me too much. I like to believe that Mom was the same, biased to her history with him. Sometimes I wonder if we made the right choice, choosing family happiness over justice. What do you mean? In a way, he got away with cheating on my mom. No divorce, no loss of his children. He even got an extra child out of it. My days of being the youngest brother ended when Donna joined our family. When I was younger, I was okay with it. But now, I feel like justice was never served. Was I ever at peace? Was I only scared of losing the memories I held so dear? If it happened today, would I do it again? I don't think you should blame yourself. It's an impossible choice. And yet, I feel even more ashamed for not choosing. Were you able to make more memories with him? Yeah, a lot. Some of my best, in fact. He supported my love for writing in a way Mom never did. And when I made a fool of myself in front of a girl, he would laugh with me. And would you trade it, those memories, for your sense of justice? I don't know. What good is justice if it would have taken away the only dad I would ever have? Did my mom feel the same way, or did she find an answer? Perhaps she did. I guess we'll never truly know. But I'm sure you have more important things to do than listen to me ramble. I came here to listen to you ramble about your parents, so if there's anything else you wish to share, feel free to do so. Nah, done. Alright, I'm ready. Don, do you want to go first? Yeah, I can. Hi, Mom. Raiden and I were here to talk to you. I just I wanted you to know you weren't perfect. I wish you raised us differently. I wish my biological mom was able to take care of me longer. And every day since your death, I've thought about you. You didn't deserve to die, not like this. I always hoped I could change your mind about me, maybe in your next life. For all your faults, it's because of you that I have 2 wonderful brothers. And for that alone, I'll always be thankful to you. So, thank you. Amber, it's your turn. I'll do my best. Jules Watson, it's hard to have feelings for you as a CEO and as a potential mother-in-law. Raiden, Donna, and even Kelvin had many feelings for you. Some good, some bad. I wish I could have gotten to know you, as a woman free from the bias of others. Pictures, stories, and family scars are all I will ever know, each telling their own stories. I'm still sorting out my feelings over Kelvin, how you treated him and what he did. He was a man I loved despite how he was raised, and yet I might never see him again because of how you treated him. That was on him. Offer a lotus to be planted near your tree, and my culture that symbolizes spiritual growth and rebirth. May your next life allow you a chance to be a better mother. I think that's all. It's your turn, Raiden. Mom, you were the worst mom I ever had. Raiden! Are you serious? I am, and she was. What she did to us is not something I can forgive. So I will say what I should have said for years now. Oh, you failed to raise us properly. You have failed this city! You forced me into a company when I was fresh out of high school by threatening to withdraw all financial support. You have always disliked Donner when he has always been cordial and respectful to you. Your spineless personality and cowardice is the reason why liars like Amber's boss thrive in this world. It's why hardworking employees like Amber struggle to survive in toxic workplace you turn a blind eye to. I wanted to run away from home and from you, to the life I wanted to live. Unfortunately, Dad died, and your life and health just had to fall apart. You need a caretaker, and Kelvin and I were your only 2 real options. But bad for Kelvin's already long work hours, so I took the caretaker role to relieve Kelvin's burden. But in the end, caring for you only skyrocketed my pre-existing hatred and resentment of you. And yet, all these angry feelings have nowhere to go now that you're dead. So I decided, I'm done holding on to my anger. I'm done letting it control me. I'll live on and learn from your mistakes. You were the worst mom I had. You were the best mom I had. You were the only mom I ever had. Aw. I'm not the most religious person in the world, but if the church is right, you should be reborn soon. When you do, even when you can't remember my voice or this conversation, I hope you remember this feeling and do better. You have children who you can raise with more love. Raiden, save your breath. You did nothing wrong. Kelvin gets prison for life or worse. We're all the family we have left. And I want to make sure we stay a family. From now on, you can count on me for anything. In that case, want to grab something to eat? There's a new diner downtown I've been meaning to try. You're welcome to come too, Amber. It's on me. Says a person who needs to wait a year for their inheritance. Oh, right. Haha. You mind paying for us, Don? Just this once, I'll pay you back next year. Alright, I will, but I hold you to that. Certainly, a year isn't too long of a wait. What a nice epilogue. Finally, the interrogation room is clean. Finally head home for the day. Dusty, you here? Oh, Sophie, what are you doing here? Thought you would be leaving now. I wanted to talk to you about something. Sure, what is it? This last case we did, it got me thinking. Sometimes people can leave our lives unexpectedly. And when they are gone for good. There's no magic to bring them back. Hey! I don't want that to happen to us. I don't want to have any regrets. So, Justy, are you free this weekend? I think so. What do you want to do? I want to take you on a date. Hold on, this one? Yeah. Nice. Okay, we continue. Huh? Go, come on, you cannot be this oblivious. You could not be this oblivious. Maybe she's just being Canadian. Yeah, that must have been it. She was just being Canadian. Alrighty, well, they just ended before that relationship can go anywhere. I guess. Alrighty, well, I'm done. We're done. No more paper perjury. At least the first one, the first game. Unless they decide to do a second game, but I think they said this was their final case. Let me check that out. Did they say this was their final case? Even though there's plans for one more major update in paper perjury, it won't be nearly as big as case 6, but we hope players look forward to it as a hint to what it'll be in case 6. Is it their date? Either it's their date or it's them talking about her having to pick a side. Yeah, either one of the two. Alrighty. We have finished the case. We are done. It is late as hell. I don't even know where everyone is. Oh, right, it's live, I think. Let's go read I. Alright, well, that's it for today. Tomorrow, we'll be back with, let's see. What do we have tomorrow? Tomorrow, we'll be back with, oh, wild card. So, it's most likely, it could have been Risk of Rain 2, but I'm going to make a very good guess that's most likely going to be Baldur's Gate 3. So, we're going to get started into doing the last smidgen of Act 2 of Baldur's Gate 3 and then go into Act 3 of Baldur's Gate 3, which is exciting because Jay has not completed it. So it's going to be a lot of new stuff for the both of us. If not that, then we do Risk of Rain 2. I'm not sure which one's happening. Honestly. It will be only until like literally the time of stream. Yeah, I'll need to figure that out. Anyway, that's it. And then we know Thursday, Devil May Cry 4. That's definitely happening that day. And then Friday is F14, and then Saturday is Lego Batman. See ya!